Welcome to the Nomad Network, your first stop for complete and comprehensive Chicago Bears football coverage. Dive deep into analyses, updates, and all things Bears. Subscribe to our YouTube channel today and never miss a beat. Thank you in advance for your support. We promise to bring you the best because together we're unstoppable. Go Bears!
Put your kids to bed. It's some extra sauce, man. Yo. Welcome on in, y'all. Sorry we're late. BSing around in the green room like we always do in every damn show. But welcome on in, you guys. As we're getting started, man, it's a lot of stuff to cover tonight, man. It's a lot of, let's just say a little bit of breaking news and some big breaking news towards the end of the show. We're going to talk about that everybody should know about by now, but give you a little small description of what we heard, maybe show you some things to that news. But hey, welcome in. I'm having a great day. It's been nice out there. Been out there doing some physical labor. We'll talk about that as we get into the show. But man, it's nice to be in here on the show tonight with you guys. We got a good one for you. A lot of Bears information, a lot of conversation to be had about that. So you will not be let down in that department. Plus other stuff to talk about, like we always do every week on the show. So without further ado, bounce past to Canada and let's see what happens.
Oh, we're gonna do like the kids and pop deep 20-footer three and go for 0 rebounds.
That's the game today, kids. That
is the game. Makes me angry. It upsets me quite a bit. I cuss my children out and his bum ass friends who think they're 3-point shooters like Steph Curry and brick. Anyways,
my day.
I'm just saying, man. I'll never forget it, man. I went to my son's basketball game, maybe 3 or 4 years ago, and one of the kids, and like they're twin brothers. I can't tell them apart. You know what I mean? These two boys, they're twins. I don't know which one's which, but one of them can't shoot. It's moral of the story. One of them can't shoot. So he would pop up, post up about 20 feet deep, and just hold that pose, man. He'd hold it. And then there's air balls. There are, you know what I mean? There's bricks. There's nothing is going in, but he
looked good.
You know what I mean? He's still holding that. He's holding that pose like he did something. I'm like, boy, if you don't go get that damn rebound, boy, man, I was so mad. I had to cuss him out. Like after the game was done, and this is a tournament. He did it for 2-3 games, and it just got worse and worse. And I was like, man, what the hell? What's wrong with you, bro? Told you were Steph Curry. You ain't Steph Curry. You ain't even chicken curry.
Everybody got the hoop dreams.
Hey, play your ball, pop your shots. But damn it, go get the rebound, though.
Because you know it's not going in.
You should know you ain't special. You're not special. Go get the damn boards, man.
That's the dude to get froze out when we playing pickup. When we playing,
this ain't pickup. This is high school. This is tournament high school.
This is for all the marbles.
This is for all the damn marbles. You damn skippy it is.
He freezing.
And like,
what was that with Coach? Allowing this?
Coach cussed him out later, like professionally in the locker room where nobody can see it. I'm just a parent. When I see you, I'm like, damn, Osman, what it do, bro?
Yeah, you just name dropped and shit, man.
I'm sorry, Osman. I'm sorry. If it's your twin brother, if it's your twin brother, then like you go take that and cuss him out later on and tell him I sent you.
But what kind of side eye did the parents or family members get in the stands?
The stands was cold. Like the stands were cold blooded up there because it's like, oh, you know what I mean? Like every parent in the stand, damn, and you turn around, you lock eyes with that other parent who's feeling the exact same way as you. You're like, what's up with them rebounds though? You know what I'm saying? It was cold, but like,
what was Osman's parents? What was his people saying? What was they doing? Like,
everybody was cussing. He felt bad. He felt terrible at the end, man. He felt terrible. But like in the end, like what's worse about it is that he's, the inbound comes and they're fast breaking, and he ain't waiting he ain't waiting for nothing. He's got green. There's nobody under the basket. He's the first guy to get the ball, no defender on him, and he's popping three and airballing it all day long. And I'm like, bro, at least wait till people get set up or something, man. Like, this is just
wait for a rebounder.
Bad business, Doc. Bad.
Hey, what you gonna do?
But sorry.
It's all good because sometimes we got to go through those experiences, as I'm sure your son had to learn that sometimes your teammates be trash.
Oh, he don't know. Well, okay, no, he knows well about that. Actually, yeah, he knows.
You know what I'm saying? And sometimes you got to learn that humility and not be cursing out, the low chillins from the stands like, you suck.
Well, it's his friend, so he ain't going like. And this is the thing, like he known these boys, since he was like 4.
So that's your man. Like, what's up with your man?
Well, that's what I said at halftime. I'm like, what's going on with your homeboy? Because if this continues on, I'm gonna have to. When I see him, I don't mess around. I will cuss him out.
On site, you son.
You know what it is. Like, if we're not driving him home, are we? Because if we driving him home, he's gonna feel it all the way home.
You need that.
Kid's that type of dude that go to the drive-thru, buy everybody some ice cream, and be like, "Fuck you, Asaf."
Well, you need your ass whooped.
That was an accurate description. Everybody getting ice cream. You on the team? Yeah, man. You play good. Fuck you, Osman, man.
But sorry, horrible, man. Hey, you can live past that.
By your own damn bad man. Over to you, Trip, man.
Imagine. No, check this out. Imagine watching a real live game, somebody getting crossed up and throwing your hip out, completely throwing your hip out, trying to defend it.
What's funny? I did that to a teacher in front of my whole class on a bet, brother. On a bet, my drafting. This is legendary. My drafting teacher, used to play ball when he was younger or something. I don't know. And he was like, "Hey, like, I watch because our drafting class had a pane window, and you could see the outdoor basketball court. And I'm there every day. So he's just watching me. I don't know he's watching me. He's like, "You're good. I'm better." I'm like, "You are, sir? There's no way you're better than me. You're 35, I'm 15. Like, I'm just saying, I got a couple of years on you in youth. I don't think you can really hang with me." And he's like, "You don't think so? Okay, here's a bet. I'll bet you an A+ on your next test. You didn't even have to come in and write it." I was like, "You're kidding me." I control the grades around here. You know what I mean? Like, the way that he put it. But let's go outside right now. If I beat you on the court, we'll play to 7. If I beat you, you get an A+. I look at the class. I'm like, "All right, boys, let's go outside." And everybody's like, "Sweet," because they get they don't have to do any work. So we all go outside. I start playing teach, man. And my word, I think we got to 3. You know what I'm saying? We didn't even get to 7 or anything like that. One cross up, and he busts his ankle, and they had to call an ambulance, come drag his ass out.
Hey, when that happened with me, kids, I was terrified, man, because that guy was ailing. When I say ailing, it was like deep. I mean, it was like, oh shit. Because all right, so imagine you standing in front of a basket and somebody's in front of you guarding, right in front of you. And to your right, there's an open garage door with a car sitting right there, front facing the garage door opening. And I kept telling the cat, man, this happened kind of recently for me, you know what I mean? And I kept telling him, whenever somebody I knew came around, first thing they want to do is get the football and go throw the football and be running around out in the street. He can see that we athletes, right? And he just always wanted to challenge me. I'm just like, oh man, this guy's probably about 60 years old at the time. I'm like, dude, that's like, dog, you. And his brother would just be bigging him up. He's like, he was all state this and all state that, and baseball and basketball and all this. I was like, dude, you don't want to play me in basketball, man. You don't want to do that. I'm not saying that you wasn't a bad boy at some time, but you ain't no bad boy no more, bro. He just kept talking. I mean, when I take talking shit, Atlanta style talking shit. If you ain't never experienced that, you don't know what I'm talking about. But he was talking. What up, Dobbsy? I see everybody in there. ATF, True Pilgrim, welcome on in.
Pilgrim.
But so I give him just to see what was gonna happen. It wasn't nothing serious. I go to the right hard. And I snatched the ball back to the left real hard. And he tried to
just keep going. just keep going in one direction.
I mean, and when he landed ear first into the front of that car. And I thought that was the worst of it. First thing I hear him moaning, first thing I'm thinking, I'm grabbing his head, seeing if he's bleeding. He's got a little cut on the side of his head, but that wasn't the worst of it. My man threw his whole hip out.
Damn.
I was just like, I told this man. We had to call an ambulance and everything. His mama came out. It's her son, and both of her sons is living with her because she's like 90-something years old. So I mean, it was bad, bro. It was real bad. Like, you gotta, like, I hope I never get to the point where I can't realize who I am at a certain age. I hope I never get there.
Hang them up, baby. Hang them up.
It's hard to realize that because, like I'm telling my little story. What's funny about my story is, I thought the teacher was kidding, and I was like, "Oh, it's all good, coach." Like, he fell down. I extend my hand to help him up, and he was like, "Nope."
Call 911.
You know what I'm saying? I was like, "Are you all right?" He's like, "Nope." Okay. I'm gonna go to the office and make sure somebody comes and gets you. And we the whole class stood there until the ambulance came and took him out. Now, fast forward 25 years. You know what I mean? Now I'm 5 years older than he was at this time. I'm playing my kid.
Yeah.
And like, it wasn't so much my kid, right? It's my nephew. My nephew got crazy. Like, my nephew plays that Steph Curry style, but he can shoot and he's got handles. He's good. Anyhow, I'm like, all right, let me I'll play some decent defense. Let me D up on this young man. He got handles. I've tested some fools with handles. Let's see what goes on. And he tries to cross me up, catch a steal on him. And he's like, "Okay, uncle, all right." So I'm doing my thing. He gets the ball back. Steal again, and he's like, "Damn, all right, uncle, okay." Now I'm getting in his head now he's frustrated. All right, the second he gets frustrated, something similar to what you said, my boy goes hard right and then just holds it. And just like I was telling you, man, I keep going this way. I just start fading to the right, but I stay up. The problem is, my right hamstring is finished. Like, I just feel it. I feel it pull. I'm like, ain't no basketball for kids today. You know what I mean? No more ball for me today. Here, you know what I mean? Get your layup.
At some point, you got to realize, hey, you got to get rebounds, man.
Well, in the game,
that's when you take that ginger walk out off to the locker room, try and make it to your car.
Brother, there weren't no rebounds for me.
Choke the tears till you get alone.
There weren't no rebounds for me. I had to go sit someplace immediately. You know what I mean? Like, I had to go and sit down in a way that I was not stressing out that hamstring. Because, boy,
whew. But dude, a hamstring sitting on those hardwood bleachers or folding chairs or home heating wrap. Pad, ice, swap every 20 minutes. And give me some damn Tylenol. Stop fucking around.
Ain't nobody was coming to my rescue, man. That's all I got to say. I just had to sit down and shut up. And they're like, "What are you doing? You're done? You're finished playing?" I'm like, "Yes, yeah."
Don't worry about it.
I'm finished.
a hip replacement is a life-changing experience, man. He refused to acknowledge his time on Earth, and and he paid for it with a hip, a whole damn hip. I was just like, I begged that now. I'm just like, dog, you ain't got nothing to prove to me. No, man, you think you all that? I'm like, all right, man, I'm up. All right. I gave him that one little hardcore move, and that was it, bro. It was curtains.
That's all it takes sometimes, man. That one shimmy, man. And like I'm telling you, when my nephew did it to me, it was something else. Like he hadn't even brought the ball to the left hand yet. He just stayed here. And I was like, oh, I'm on it. No, my body moved, but other parts stayed over there. So that was it for me, man. It's been a slow jaunt back onto the basketball court ever since. I'll get out there, do a little jog, play a little bit, then get to stepping. I ain't really trying to.
You ever see two old cats get in a fight? Like two old cats just get mad with each other, and next thing you know, they trying to throw hands and shit.
No, unless it was me, you know what I mean? Like,
like old, you old, but not like
I get those in my algorithm for some reason.
Ancient motherfuckers. These motherfuckers, man, like if they don't connect, and it's like Bionic Man slow motion type. And they don't hit, man. It's straight to the ground, bro. It ain't no.
Yeah, because they got no balance, no coordination. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh damn. And then gravity wins every time.
It's like watching a disaster in slow motion.
They be doing that shit where they go on the swing and they doing like a big overhand right, and it's like, damn, I could kick you, I could run in and hit you, I could run in and take you down before you even get that swing.
By the time the punch gets thrown, yeah, you powering that up like.
It's like I got so many options. It's like, huh.
I got swung on by an old man before. I just politely just like pop my head, and then I followed my left hand followed him and his arm. I just pushed his head forward, and that motherfucker face planted, and teeth came out of his mouth, skin came off his lip and nose. I'm just like, see,
I'm out.
See that? I didn't even hit you, and you hit yourself. Oh, the ground got up, and you got hit by the ground.
Hey, gravity kicked your ass. I seen it.
I'm like, man, you old men think they bad, man. I don't want to hit you now, but god damn, better chill out. Yeah, but oh man, dog, that just brought back. I guess, Kev, you ain't been around enough old people drinking. Because you get around enough of that shit, you damn sure gonna see some fireworks at some point. When they get tired of
because they old, they intoxicated, they inebriated, they equilibrium, they left them decades ago. It's awesome. Oh yeah, Dobbsy, I'm sure we're gonna speak on that because I got some goddamn grievances. I swear to God, Dobbsy. I swear.
What are you talking about?
We don't even know. It's not official.
Flying squirrel.
His comment here in the chat. Question, comment rather. He said, any schedule or release info. He's been busy all day.
The sked.
There's something leaked out there.
I got grievances.
Okay.
I haven't even seen it. All I know is it's supposed to be Seattle game 1. That's all I know.
Supposed to be pump your brakes, son. Pump your brakes.
I want the smoke.
Well, no. I'm telling you to pump your brakes because I already know.
Okay. You got something official?
Because of leakage. Much like when Pampers leaks, little, adult, whatever, it's not good. Because officially, we all know that the NFL schedule release is supposed to be tomorrow on Thursday. But for the last several days, there have been quote unquote leaks. All of the international games have been released. And as far as the Bears go, that first game against Seattle in Seattle will be the Patriots, coached by, I love and care about my wife and kids' verbal.
So
So
it's a Super Bowl redo.
it is.
Okay.
The Bears will be opening up in Carolina versus who? The Panthers.
That's a scary game
Why?
because they were trending very up by the time that season ended. I feel better like a Super Bowl champion. Somebody was in the Super Bowl, but when you got a team that's on the cusp of a come up, same as us, it could be a good game, but that could be I know
This
not
is
to take them lightly.
the trade game. You know what I'm saying? Because they got Bryce Young because of the trade Brian Poles made to get, ended up with Caleb Williams. So you got that storyline. But other than that, you got as far as coming up, Panthers won their division, Bears won their division.
I'll tell you what, Trips, hold it until we get to the Bears, and I'll let you cut loose. You can unleash when we get to the Bears conversation. I'll get to you first with that, and we'll lead with that. But just so we can get on around the horn real quick on how our lives been going, so we can get other parts of the show going. How's life been treating you this week, Mr. Canada?
Things are pretty much the same. My boys here, which means I'm spending a lot more money on things I didn't realize that I'd not been spending money on. But at least he has a little bit of money and he can spend some too. So it's not terrible. A lot of arguments, as in we talk a lot of shit, both me and him. And yeah, it's been great. That's like basically been the bulk of my week. Outside of that,
hey, I got a question for you and your son.
Yeah.
Well, he even though Styles ain't here, but let me ask you this: how is life now treating him as a quasi adult and having adult conversations with him and not father son? Like are you able to separate them? Are you you always running into father shit when you're talking to him?
Define father shit, sir.
Father shit is everything, man. It's too much. The definition is way too broad.
Are you always trying to teach him, or are you just having conversations, talking shit? Or are you giving some kind of sage advice?
I don't know if you guys have noticed, I'm always giving sage advice as it goes in as a general broad statement. So really what's cool is I've always we have a different relationship is probably the best way for me to put it. There are father level things that always will rear their ugly head, like wear your damn belt when you're doing squats, you don't blow your back out for no good reason. Stuff like that. Simple things. And it's like, oh, Dad, you know what the fuck you're talking about. Okay, then why'd you blow your back out? Yeah, I wasn't wearing my belt. Exactly. Like simple little regular things where a father is like, dude, you're a dumbass. Just do the things you should normally do. But outside of that, we are kind of like the same person. So most of the time it's just jokes. 95% of the time is jokes, and it's like, oh, you did that, I did the same thing, except it was worse. I'm glad that the results for you weren't as bad as they were for me. That's it.
Because only reason I ask is because I get it on a dual front, like all the kids that I help raise, mentor, all that different kind of stuff, and then the occasional female that I was with, whose kid is getting older now. It's like a different conversation that I like I haven't been in a relationship with this girl for ages. And here it is, her 17, 18-year-old son is now, hey, can you talk to my son? And he's fond of me, but he hadn't seen me, hadn't been around me. All he knew me was as a fun guy that was dating his mom when he was a little boy. And trying to, bridge that gap is an MFer, but that's how I knew him, a small little toddler running around, being mischievous and being a kid. And now I gotta, have these grown ass conversations with you, like, dude, like, let me tell you something. Once you get to a point, and then I'll just give you a little tea into what was going on. I said, man, if you don't learn to use your verbal acumen, you're going to find yourself in a physical problem for a long time because you don't know how to talk through stuff and you don't know how to separate yourself if the stuff gets too thick for you. I said, number one, you have to, at all times, whenever you start getting involved with the female, you lay the groundwork right then and there. We will have no physical contact with each other when we're upset. We don't hit each other. The minute you do so, if you put your hands on me, I'm showing myself to the door and you ain't gonna never deal with me no more. That's how it's gonna be. Because I can't put myself in jeopardy because you trying to provoke me. Things like that. You know what I mean? That's the kind of conversation I've got to have. You know what I mean? It's like you have to understand that. This is grown man stuff. If you do not, you're gonna find yourself in a heap of shit all the time because you're not emotionally mature enough to know your options. That's the kind of shit, you know what I mean? So hopefully your son ain't running into none of that and he won't have that problem in the future. But, you know, you got that, man. You got kids that's running around here that haven't been told that by a man and know the ground rules. You know what I mean? This is the standard. We don't hit, period. We don't hit. You separate yourself and you never go back if that's what it comes down to.
Well, that's unwritten here. You know what I mean? That's an unwritten rule here. I don't have to explain that one. The only reason I say that is because the upside is he has a sister and he's the younger brother. So unfortunately, as a younger brother, you would think that the sister would have to be the mature one and not hit. That's not necessarily what's going down. You know what I mean? Like she may smack him, and if he smacks her, he still gets it. You know what I mean? Like, and it's like, but she's older, she should know better. No matter if she should know better, you might actually hurt your sister if you hit her for real. Like you might hurt her. And it didn't take very long for him to be the younger brother who is 7 to 10 to 12 inches taller than the sister, couple 80 pounds heavier than the sister, and just had to be the more mature of the two.
She give a fuck? She don't.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's different. She doesn't. We'll cuss her out, but like, you put your hands on her, that's a different story. You can't. You just flat out can't, because you'll destroy her. You'll kill her.
One of the best things you can teach a male, especially a young male, is number one, anger management. Number one. That's one of the. But just
what's funny, if you bringing that up, is that football has a way of teaching these young men that to me it's kind of surprising.
Right, it does.
Say what?
Goddamn right it does.
No, like it's surprising to me that these football players get into like domestic disputes as frequently as they do, because my kid is so. My kid is, it's much like me though. He's so even keel. It takes a lot to get him to that point where he's angry. But what's wild is like, if he's angry on the football, like there was one game he was playing, man, and they just got their fresh uniforms, just got his number, and he's representing out there, and he's playing, and some player like drop tackles him from the back, and he weighs more than the player, so the jersey goes. You know what I mean? So the jersey's ripped in half, and he's like, man, I just got my jersey. He's angry. The next player comes to like, I don't, and he's on defense, so I don't even understand how all this happened with the jersey. Long story short, the front now of the jersey is now ripped in half, so he's just wearing tatters in this one game, and then he gets hurt by the same player who ripped the jersey the second time. So as soon as he goes off the field, like as soon as he realizes he gets hurt, he's on the field screaming and cussing. And he don't cuss all that much, but I'm like, yo, he's mad. He's mad. Like I can tell he's mad. And he comes over to me and he's like, Dad, oh man, they destroyed my jersey. I'm so mad. They messed up my ankle. But as soon as I get back out on the field, that guy's mine. And I'm like, okay. And I look at the coach, and the coach looks at me, and we both shrug our shoulders. The kid goes out there and starts playing, man, and now he's on fire because he's mad. He's 3 quarterback sacks, tackle for loss, tackle. He's all over the field, just flying around, pissed. And the coach comes back over to me, and he's like, yo, man, so that's all we have to do? And I was like, what are you talking about? I was like, so we have to get a player on the other team to destroy his jersey and piss him off every game. And he's just Aaron Donald. he's the Incredible Hulk as long as he's pissed off. And that's just kind of how it works.
Hey, kids, let me tell you something. That's not very uncommon, man. It's a lot. I've been around a lot of football players. I'm a self-starter, man. The minute I know it's a game, I'm already revved up.
You're turned up.
I don't need no motivation whatsoever. But then my personality type is different. And I know it's not the same as everybody else's. When I start realizing that, I was probably 9, 10 years old. I started realizing like, man, if something needs me, I'm talking about Pee Wee football. If we need to make something happen, I'm the only one. I have to make it happen. So I developed a mentality from that. Now, on the flip side of it, you got people that don't really know themselves and don't really know how to get to their motivation. If whatever it is for you, you need somebody to get at you a little bit to get your piss a little warm, then you need to get with somebody to piss you off. Get some reason. If you're gonna play football, you need some reason to play with a little certain type of temperament. We got a linebacker
on your shoulder, man. It's true.
Yeah, you got to, man. I mean, it's the game is best when played that way. You know what I mean? For you and the people that are watching that entertainment, you know what I mean? But more so for you. When you have motivation, it brings something else out of you that maybe you didn't know you had in you. Just got to have some kind of motivation. So if I was to tell Styles, I was like, man, Styles, whatever it is that about that dude that pissed you off and you felt like he wronged you on that field, like it was unnecessary, you need to dig in your files in your brain and think about some of that stuff and use that as like the picture you're looking at.
Yeah.
Moving forward.
I speak about my nephew who plays ball, and he's a thick kid, just naturally, and he's athletic. So he's out there learning the different moves, the counter moves, different positions. So he's doing a lot of thinking on the field. And when he just plays, he's thinking still, but so he's not really being athletic or using his weight and leaning on these kids. So something happened, he got held or hit, or the ref didn't call it, and he started crying, literal tears.
It's on that.
And then he went back on the field and he was like, give me your lunch money.
Mm-hmm.
And he turned up another level, as the kids say. It was like, oh shit. And then he started throwing and slinging these kids. I was like, yes, that. And it's like, you harness that shit. It's like, when your sister be pissing you off, save that shit, for the gridiron. When your daddy be yelling at you for doing that dumb shit you be doing, learn the lesson and stop doing that dumb shit. But save that frustration and anger for the games. And so he'll, I believe, learn that and continue to develop that, because naturally he's not aggressive like that. He's not soft, but he's just more chill, kind of go along when he gets frustrated. Like any kid, he'll deal with it himself. He wants to be alone, and then he'll come back and everything's everything. He's typical 9-year-old boy, never clean his room type shit. So harnessing that desire, that emotion, that unbridled passion that helps players on the football field, it's in there, but it has to be brought out, developed, if you will. But once you tap into it, we see how, games can elevate.
Hey, you know, we had guys on the team that were like that in high school and in college, man. I've seen some bad stuff happen. You know, some of the teammates that want to provoke that player. I've seen somebody get drove completely through a screen door out off the porch into the grass. I mean, like a big heavy duty screen door just bust right through it. Pissed them off. We were in there drinking and they just trying to get him fired up. It's like somebody that doesn't know their own strength needs to see an example of how your strength can really dominate people. And I've seen that happen a few times, man. I'm telling you, it ain't pretty. And it's almost scary, but that's what you need on the football field.
Mhm.
You need that ain't pretty, almost scary kind of football player. But if they ain't wired that way, it's hard to get that out of them. You know,
But
they don't work like that. They just don't work like that.
I don't know how much it might be related, but I sent kids a message earlier that one of the draft prospects that
Yeah, we
came
heard.
out this year, it's like not one of the retirements, but what's his name? Quintavious Hutchinson.
Mhm.
He caught a case because of a domestic thing where he got a little too gridiron like, not on the gridiron, in the household. So that emotion, that level, that click on, we need to keep it on the gridiron. Is my point.
Yeah, that's a maturity thing too. Is learning how to bottle that
Yeah,
and use it in the right place. Like
focus.
Doc is saying, football was about that for him. Or sports. It's the release. You know what I mean? And that's what it was for me. It's just like, hold on, I can just tee off on anybody I want to, and people love that.
Right.
Oh, it's on.
You mean the more violent, the better?
It's on. I was already aggressive to begin with. I grew up in a house with big ass brothers and shit, always fighting me and wrestling with me and bringing that side out of me and making me be that way. And so, being raised like a goddamn on pit bull, you're gonna do pit bull things when somebody put a uniform on your ass.
Dog got to eat.
Shit, what it was. Shit, and all them other kids were just my damn victims or something. That's how I look. I'm serious, man. It was bad. But yeah, man. Anything else, Trips? What you got going on this week before I spin off?
Yeah, just see, I got the spectacles on, looking at screens, doing some coding, getting everything popped off, coordinating with the crew over at Sports Chicago Style. Follow they're here on the YouTube at Triple RSCS. Meeting with the guy, we got the winds of change at Hallis Hall, the theme for the departures as well as the new arrivals that the team has made thus far this offseason. As everybody has gone on and have been recording, and we gotta pay for an editor because there's so much stuff backing up. But Chef Trips got his channel over there at Chef Trips, and we see him at the end of the month, the last week every month here, on some extra sauce, MF in the kitchen. Make sure you mark your calendars and have the notifications on for that. But then Coach Tripping and Trip with their Trip Kundo and the self-defense thing, it's still a thing. It's just getting it them but yeah, harnessing stray cats, I think, is the expression. It's what it's like managing, all these different personalities and sometimes divas and contractual obligations and people wanting top billing and dressing rooms and close up. I don't want to get into it further, but yeah, it's going well. So Sports Chicago Style, keep up with everything going on, and everything's cool. Yeah, let's keep it rolling.
All right, so let me take you guys into my world. So my mother, she kind of knows I've developed a nice little green thumb, And this ain't the first time she tapped me to come over and do some stuff for her. She wants me basically to start it off. She's got a bunch of remember all the trees I told you I had to go over there and cut down last year. All that shit's still there, but the stumps are there. Stumps are still there, and she wants the stumps removed. So she needs to level the land because she wants to put an add-on onto the house. She wants to build onto it, and her plan is great, but it's only going to cover a certain part of the backyard. So there's probably another third of it that needs to be dealt with. But that part that has the area that she wants to cover has a lot of stumps over there. So she wants to have me come over there and remove the stumps. So I don't know if you don't live in Illinois or in a Midwest region, you don't know how fertile the soil is here and how strongly rooted, and even in Canada, I'm sure, how strongly rooted trees get into the ground. Like trees in happy soil. If the soil is happy, so are those trees, and they just grow.
It's happy little soil.
So we're talking about bushes, small trees,
and it's friendly.
Things that are rooted thicker than your leg. I'm talking about a corner bush on the property are rooted thicker than the thickest part of your thigh.
Oh, nice thick bush.
And I haven't even counted because I'm scared to do that. But I've been doing that all week. So I went at the one that I thought was the most rooted and I promise you, man, some of them bushes has been there 30 years. I don't know who that person was that owned that house, but I'm telling you, that shit has been there the way it's rooted 30 years at least.
So what you're saying is you fuck with some 30-year-old bush?
Hey, for the right.
Yeah.
Nice.
You look at nasty ass Wendy. Somebody likes a
love me some thick bush.
That's it. Stay out of that.
He's right there with me, man. See how I lined that one up, man. Knocked it out
Let me tell you, I don't know if you guys have ever tried to tackle a job like that.
I've tackled some thick bush in my day, man.
Oh yeah, when it's all like BDBs and nappy, or curled up and twisty.
Y'all motherfuckers can't get right for nothing. You can't get right. All right, let me finish the story, man. So anyway, I've been over there the past few days. So I've been over there and I just finished clearing the thicket. So I had to clear all the land first, so I can see everything.
This is too easy. This shit, Trip.
Come on, man. Try to keep.
I'm sorry. Continue.
Focus.
I didn't do that to you, but
I'm sorry. Continue.
All I'm trying to tell you guys is I'm going to transform that backyard into something beautiful. And it's not going to be easy. I'm going to be over there for a long time trying to get that. So if anybody got suggestions, I know it's probably some people going to say, hey, go rent this piece of equipment and you get them right out of the ground, man. Ain't nobody got money like that right now.
Well, is it her property?
Yes, it's hers. Yeah.
Is it out in the country or in the city?
Oh, it's in the city.
So she can't burn?
No, you can't either. If you own a house in any city around Illinois, you better get a permit to be doing that.
I mean, not open flame, but like a burn barrel, put a barrel around the stump and just keep the flames going inside the barrel, and it eventually goes down to the roots.
I can see how some city employee would come up and be like, hey, what you got going on over here?
Yeah, because I know exactly some jurisdictions have, like in the springtime, it's allowed to burn yard waste, from the winter before the summer, and so there's certain days that, burning is allowed.
So certain provinces, man, like anywhere, like if you in the city of Chicago itself, there's some structure there that's going to say this is how you do it if you're going to burn. Then you get outside, so you go to Naperville, you go to Bolingbrook, any goddamn where the shit's going to change from jurisdiction to jurisdiction, right. How you can go about that. And so I just say universally in Illinois, if you're going to do anything outside of a fire pit, you better go to get you some permission or something, you're gonna probably get a nasty ass ticket.
Well, it's either that or get to digging.
That's where I'm at, man. I'm gonna throw every tool I got in the tool book at this. I might have to go to a saw. Yeah.
I mean, but what you have to dig around
Is a tree? Is it
break up the roots as much as possible, the soil and dirt around the roots, expose them as much as possible, and then go in with a saw and cut those roots, and then pull the stump up that way. And that's the the easiest manual way, short of having a little those little, what do you call those little fucking bulldozer things, but the little bitty bobcats.
Yeah.
Or some kind of actual industrial tractor type equipment that you can chain and pull it up.
They have a piece of equipment that is out there that actually absolutely uproot stumps, but you got to either buy that or rent that for a hell of a lot of money. But what you're saying is what I just did today, and I'm just now getting to the digging part of it. I just got to the thickest one that I thought, and I just now exposed the root and got to cracking at it and pecking at it. I got at it pretty good, but it's still solidly planted in the ground. So I don't know if you guys have ever heard, but the old ladies down south, you'd be like, hey, you ain't gonna be able to get that tree out without about 3 or 4 people because it got man roots.
Yeah.
What does that mean? That means the roots are shaped like a man. You got a thorax, a head, and 4 limbs.
They thick.
They rooted like that. And so those are actually supposed to have, talk to the old ladies in the South, medicinal quality once you can get them out of the ground. I'm just saying.
Well, ask them if they know how to dig them out.
Pickaxe, that's what I had all day today, Wendy. Pickaxe.
That's how you break up soil, because you can't saw or cut through dirt like that. And you got to have, roots grow down and out and spread. So it's, in order to, shave that bush and nice and get to expose those roots, also nice. You got to clear a lot of soil, and that's just straight up labor.
And you know what, Trish? That's the second worst part about it, is because it's in a section where it's covered with a whole bunch of, you can tell somebody got a bunch of river rocks, and that's the entire section of it. It's got river rocks all around it. So it took me a long
time. So you can't even pickaxe it. Damn.
I did. I bust my foot up today with the shovel trying to get through some of that sediment, and I hit a spot that wouldn't move and kind of.
How many curse words did you use out there today?
Man, no, I didn't, man. I know the job, man. I did it here on this property, man. I run into some crazy stuff, so I know what to expect, man. But it's just rough, man. But once I get a sound system on how to get them things up and get that part about it over with, it'll be smooth sailing, man. I'll get it.
Yeah. Then you got to refill in the holes and level it all out. Yep. And then, match up the grass and get that seed all down and shit, and then do that part of it. So, you got several months of work ahead of you there, my boy.
And for the record, you guys, whenever you're dealing with somebody's landscaping, don't use chemicals, man. Gas, kerosene, and shit like that. You mess up the soil like that.
Oh yeah, you poison all that shit.
But
because no burning, so no kerosene anyway.
Yeah, this soil.
So the most you might be able to use is a chainsaw, but that's only if you got the soil cleared, and that doesn't help if you got one of those man roots going at an awkward angle.
Bro, it's gonna take some work. I'm game for it. It's mom's. I'm game.
Right on. His mom. She got lemonade and sandwiches. Don't be bullshitting.
She got Popeyes. Shit.
Well, you see that's anti-work right there. You know what I'm saying? Popeyes. Ma, you gave me that Popeye, so after lunch, that was a wrap. I need something on white bread, whole wheat. Maybe some lunch meats or something. Maybe some tuna, something light. Something give me some energy. A couple hard-boiled eggs. Keep working. I'm gonna stink, but don't worry about it. Because I'm gonna be out here working. Popeyes like, and big thick ass biscuits too. So you got to wash it down with something.
Nah.
Then you need a little something sweet after it. You know what I'm saying? Now you need a nap.
Hey, dog. We went over there yesterday. We went to Popeyes after I got done. Man, they gave us the smallest little pieces of chicken in the world.
Told you I'll be using little baby chickens nowadays.
I mean, them pieces of chickens were so small, man. A 10-piece looked like a 4-piece, man.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta mean mug the server sometimes, man. You know what I mean?
It ain't their fault. They don't grow
No. I need a breast. You know what I mean? You gotta mean mug them motherfuckers.
But breast be A cups, kids. You know, we want some triple D's.
That's what I'm talking
We want those kind of breasts. They ain't got triple D's no more. They got A cups. That's what they got.
Damn.
She was like, you want me to go back? I'm like, no, I'm too hungry, man. I ain't got time to be fussing with this motherfucker, man.
There's the Museum of Science and Industry. When we were shorties, that we'd always take field trips there because it's a huge spot. They got all kind of different shit going on. And I used to love the trains, the coal mine down below, and then they got this part where they got little baby chicks. And you watch them hatch, in little incubators, and they run around. Then it's like, oh, they grow up to be chickens. And it's like, nah, they don't even wait for them to grow up to be chickens no more. They just take the chicks and then they sell them as chickens.
Yeah.
I think there should be a class action lawsuit myself.
Very, very dinky pieces of chicken. And I was quite upset, but I was hungry. I ain't had time to be fussing and arguing with folks, but I shall remember. However, man, you know what I've also been doing? Checking out some cocktails. Y'all ready to get into some drinky drink?
Okay. Yeah, sure.
And also, too, man, I've been drinking quite a bit of water, so I might have to pop out quite often tonight, man. Drinking all the water, trying to rehydrate from all that sweating. So
I'm kind of with you there, man. I may have to do this very shortly as well.
Right on, Red Baron. Your wife using there, all smooth and hairless.
For short shorts.
Mm-hmm.
If you do wear short shorts,
and
that's on some old school shit.
Now this is the Hurricane and not the movie starring Denzel's. All right, this consists of simple syrup, orange. God damn, you and your backgrounds, I swear to God. Orange juice, passion fruit syrup, grenadine, lime juice, dark rum, and light rum.
Oh,
that's 2 rums.
The dark meets the light.
So what am I looking at here? Syrup, orange juice, passion fruit. So fruity, grenadine, that's that bright red stuff, fruity. Lime, that's a little tart to offset all the syrups, so sweets. And then 2 liquors, dark and light. Yeah, there's a lot going on in there. All wind whipped up like hurricane kids.
You got me with the citrus, so I'm in. That's it. About that simple. If there's citrus involved and rum, I'm about it. Let's do that.
About it.
You ever want to drink a drink that is totally? Of course, the lady's gonna love this. This tastes beautiful, man. That passion fruit, man, and that passion fruit sticks out in this drink. Don't worry about the dark and light rum. There's probably trips. It's probably been going on. If you drink mixed drinks, if you had mixed drinks, probably more times than you can count, and you just didn't even know it. But this is a favorite of mine when I'm hanging out and just being around females and doing something for people that's around me. You make this drink right here, and everybody's gonna drink it. Guys, girls, everybody just loves this drink, especially down south in Atlanta, man. They effing love this drink. It's a winner at your party. I guarantee you make this drink, it's going to be a winner. Everybody's going to have a good time.
This is like a solid punch.
Yeah, this is definitely what do you call it? Obviously punch, but what do you call? Is there a special name? Let me use my words for those drinks that are drinks, but when you drink them, they're like punch. You really don't taste the alcohol.
Well, have you ever been to a happy hour where you got the mixed wells for like $2 and $3?
Yeah, many.
That's basically what you just got through describing.
So it tastes like fruit juice or fruit or punch, but there's a lot of liquor up in there.
And some places have a lot more liquor in it than other places, depending
I
on
mean,
where
so this is basically your Boone's farm type shit.
No. This Boone's Farm ain't got shit on this. You get a tall enough glass like this one.
Mm.
By the time you get to the bottom of that B, where them ice is gonna be. Trust me, bro. If that thing is made right, you're gonna be like, oh, okay. Let me get this next one. I'm gonna sip the shit out of this. Because you're gonna run right through it because it's that tasty. That passion fruit is a star.
Yeah, but I think I would rather run through these than something smooth like a Long Island iced teas.
They're the same. It's the same kind of shit, though.
Well, this ain't got as much alcohol, though.
Nah,
Right?
That's what I'm saying. The LI iced tea, you only taste that booze sips 1 and 2. After that, it's just iced tea to me. You pound them things down. But this one, like, what's funny is like this one, you probably wouldn't even taste the booze at all.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's a little bit different. But
yeah, that's the punch aspect of it, where it's like this has no burn, no aftertaste, no alcohol. Like ooh, bitterness. This is just passion fruit, orange juice, syrup, grenadine, lime juice, and other stuff in there that you really don't taste.
Well, Trip, let me ask you a question. What do you think? So there's a difference between a bartender and somebody that's a mixologist, somebody that really does this shit. And like your average bartender, what do you think? Because a bartender is just going to pour content on top of content, is going to hand you a drink and get their money. That's just what a bartender does.
Yeah, bartender gets you fucked up.
Yeah.
A mixologist entertains you.
So no, he knows how to mix that drink. Now, if the bartender gives you this and you stick the straw in there, what do you think you're going to taste first?
Well, but here's the difference, though. I think your preference of mixologist or bartender for the evening depends on your mood and the occasion of your imbibing. If you want, to get where you want to get and get there with little less fuss, less muss, you want a bartender. But if you want to kick it a little bit, get a little smile, you know what I'm saying? Maybe have some smell goods on or something, you want a mixologist.
Yeah, I ain't got no need for it. Fix my shit, do it right. And
because you don't want no mixologist, you know what I'm saying, at 1 in the afternoon when you just want one shot, one bourbon, and one beer.
First of all, if you in there at 1 in the afternoon, you got some other shit to talk about. And
to a bartender, not a mixologist. Because what is a bartender's other job? Therapist.
They're a psychologist. You're damn right. Yeah. You'll talk about all them problems.
Whereas the mixologist is like, look at me, I'm really picking up ice and shit.
Okay, out of all the ingredients in here, what do you think has the most dense properties to it? What do you think falls to the bottom first?
The grenadine.
Probably the syrups and all that. So what you're gonna taste when you stick that straw in there is probably fruit juice.
Oh yeah.
And so which is why the later on that drink goes, the better it gets. So all you tasting is the tasty.
And then it waters down the fruit juice, which kind of stretches that out even more. And then you sucking on that ice. It's like, oh, this ice is good. You don't throw that ice away. You eat that ice. Because that ice got all that sweetness up in there. And like, that's some good ice.
Hey, we're in the spring and summertime. It's time to talk some spring and summer drinks, man. This is one of my top 5 to have a good time with, man. This has got it all for me. Everything that I like. And having people around me, and whether it's a girl or a guy, ain't nobody really turning their nose up. Unless they just don't know what a hurricane is. You're like, oh man, what's all that you put in there? If you don't know what it is, I can understand why you would turn your nose up at it. It does, like, oh, okay. It sounds like it's kind of sweet, man. There's a couple of syrups up in there. No, it ain't really. Trust me.
This is definitely a beverage where you are and people are drinking it. The ladies have had pedicures done, and they wearing their flip-flops and they Birkenstocks, got their toes out, enjoying that springtime air.
They need to put you on some kind of.
I was gonna say, how we get to pizza again?
It just
Springtime. we having drinks.
We just started the show.
We having drinks. That's all. We just chilling. I see your pinky toe.
We went from grenadine to toe jam.
Oh, sweet and sticky and stinky.
Wow. All right, I tell you what, man.
So well.
Hell of a party drink if you ever want to make one for your friends, your family. You know, I like to, me, when I come around my family, I don't like to do the same shit all the time. I want to do something different. I might come in the door with this shit. Hey, who want to try this? And get people going. I'm a party starter, man. I'm a good time guy. And the Hurricane is a good time drink if you ever wanted to sip on one. But check that out. You need to go back and get the ingredients. Try it with your friends and your family, man. You're going to be the star of that party. I guarantee you that. Memories going to happen. All right, here's another one. Anybody want to read it?
Go ahead, kid.
Agave paloma. Ingredients: agave nectar, lime juice, grapefruit juice, sparkling water, salt, lime. I was waiting for the tequila. Grapefruit juice, just grapefruit and tequila. Yeah, I would drink this for sure, man. This would get you up, man. You would tequila's an upper. So this be a nice drink. Plus, I strangely have I like grapefruit. Grapefruit's super sour. It's a bit of an odd flavor, but it's something I grew up on. I love it.
Well, I would also sign off on this because the bitterness or the tartness of the grapefruit juice and the grapefruit is counteracted by the agave nectar, which is like really its unique own sweetness.
Fuck yeah,
but then the effervescence of the sparkling water to give you a little bubbly kind of fizz, jazzes it up a bit and makes you go, ooh, we's fancy. And then the tequila is just mixed in there nice, and this is a nice mixture for tequila because it will blot the entire flavor of it out practically.
I had a drink similar to this at the Palms. Was the Palms in Jamaica? It was one of those, the Sands. It might have been the Sands, but it was high end shit. Somebody invited me over there to a get together, and somebody had some nectarine. The bartender had some nectarine syrup, and I love nectarines. Forgot how much I love nectarines until I had a drink similar to this with some tequila and a salted glass. That's the key to it to me. It's tequila. And if you're gonna do that, salt that glass up.
Yeah, man, it'll cut right through the tequila. That's why as soon as I saw salt, I was like, oh, there's got to be tequila in the mix, and that'll kind of cut just cut the kick of the tequila out. Now you just got
no more bite.
That's it.
It puts a muzzle right on that bite.
Yeah, man. You got I don't know who figured that one out, but that guy deserves a fucking Nobel Prize.
Scientists that figured out that you drink.
They weren't no goddamn scientists.
I promise you,
clearly an alcoholic. That's all I got to say.
Some of these liquors go through tests and experiments, and they go through a lot to get clear. And I'm telling you, I realized, older after a whole lot of hangovers, that anytime you put salt in your body while you're drinking, you're helping your body because alcohol is absorbing a lot of salt out of your body, and you don't even know it until later on that night or the next day when you're hung over and you can't get right.
So it might be science, but for a long time, bartenders specifically have been serving, shots of tequila with training wheels. And, training wheels consist of, a wedge of lime and salt. So, I mean, it's just kind of a thing that tequila has always been kind of associated with, with those condiments, if you will.
Mm-hmm. Tequila is, if I had to pick a liquor that is my favorite of all liquors, it's got to be tequila.
Which one? The agave, the white, the dark, or the medium?
I've had both. That
three.
I've had them both, man. It's hard for me to pick one. But man,
No, you got to go to a place with the lady, do a flight tasting of the tequilas, because there's the anejo, the agave, and the other one. Fuck, I gotta Google some shit now. But there's three: the light, the medium, and the dark. There's 3 levels of tequilas.
I've had them all.
You just didn't know, because when you say give me a tequila, if whatever they got, that's the bartender. The mixologist might ask you what kind. But like the one with the worm in the bottle, in the bottom of the bottle, that's the white. I know that much.
All I know is what it does to my body chemistry. I heard kids say tequila is an upper to him. The kid got some weird.
I got it. Okay. Hold on, fellas. Education. Let me get my spectacles. All right, here we go. Types of tequila: blanco, white, silver, unaged, bottled immediately, a strong agave flavor. Respado, rested, aged 2 to 12 months in oak. It's smoother. Anejo, it's aged 1 to 3 years. It's richer and has caramel notes. And then there's extra anejo, aged 3+ years, and it's very complex.
Who you calling anejo?
Cristiliano.
As soon as you turn your image off, we start doing that.
You know what I mean? What the hell?
Tequila filtered to be clear. And then mixto, less than 100% agave, but often contains other sugars. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different types. Go someplace and order like a flight of tequilas, and like there should be like a sample of each one of the 6, and then have you some tapas and some snacks, and then make sure you take notes, because after 6 tastings of tequila, you're gonna be feeling kind of forgetful.
I'll tell you why I swear by tequila so much, and thank you for that description, Trips. That was very informative. One of my boys I met in Georgia doing emergency response, his name is Vicente. He's from I can't remember what village in Mexico, but he's a country boy. Man, we went out one night and he was looking at me while I was ordering this tequila. He's just like, man, Migo, why you drink that, man? I was just like, what the fuck are you talking about, man? He's like, man, cheat is bullshit. He said, you want some tequila? I bring you some tequila. And we hadn't had that conversation again for 3 months. All of a sudden, Vicente went on a 1 week sabbatical somewhere, and he went to Mexico. Came back. I don't remember what brand it was, but he was telling me a story before he even let me take a sip of it. He is just like, man, 100-some-plus-year-old women and men, and they live a long time in my village. They drink this shit all the time. All the time. And I guarantee you, this was the smoothest tequila you ever put your lips around. I mean, good Lord, it was so smooth. I swear by tequila. To me, it's the best liquor. If you're going to drink liquor, I think the best thing you can do is find you some good tequila that's not as commercial as all this other stuff out there. I'm not saying it's bad stuff, but if you find some Latino people that really, really do this shit. And in Mexico, they do this shit, bro. They do this shit. And he went right to the source and brought it back and brought me a bottle. Man, it's the best fucking tequila I ever had in my life. And smooth. He said, careful, amigo. Don't drink too much. Just sip. And that's what I did. I sipped, and it was the best freaking buzz I ever had in my life. Ever. Off of tequila. So I swear by any tequila mixed drink, I'm all over that shit. You'd have to put some toilet water in there to keep me from drinking it. I'm telling you, because I just swear by a tequila mixed drink. So agave paloma. Any more thoughts about that before we move on to other things?
Well, just remember, you've had like bourbons and whiskeys that have been different aged?
Oh yeah.
It's the same with tequila. So, those flavor profile changes the more or less that it has aged. So yeah, but yeah, it looks like a nice, refreshing little beverage there.
It is. I bet it is. I've had something similar. Great looking stuff. All right, we're gonna take a trip to the wild side, gentlemen. When I say the wild side, when I pull the first meal up or something to eat up, you're gonna see what I'm talking about.
Venison steak. You know what venison is, kids?
I think it's deer.
It is deer. Ding,
Yeah.
ding, ding. Winner, winner, venison steak dinner.
Oh.
Directions: you got to soak that for 24 hours to get all that gaminess out of it and tenderize that shit.
Well, I'm just giving you guys my way of dealing with venison after somebody else has dealt with venison. This is my way of handling
Well,
it.
yeah, but however you do it, you got to get that gaminess out of there. But so you got onion, scallion, olive oil, orange juice, rendered butter, and you pan fry it with that rendered butter because it can withstand higher temperature. And venison is delicious. It has its own unique taste, and it is kind of gamey because of what it is and what they eat. And it's unique. You know that you're not eating cow or beef or pork. But it's good. It's different than lamb. Different consistency, different texture, but it's protein enriched. I believe it's very low carb, not a lot of fat, very, very lean. Yeah, it's a different experience if you ever have the opportunity.
Yeah, you hit it right out the park in the first place. Well, the last couple of things you said, because it's so lean, is why you have to add on fat into cooking venison. Now, I've pan fried it, I've grilled it on the grill. I only did pan fry because I know that's how most people are going to want to do it. They're going to try venison, they're going to cook it on the stove somewhere. And so I thought the best flavored venison that I had was soaked 24 hours in all those ingredients. Now you take the rendered butter out of there if you're gonna grill. You can use rendered butter while you're grilling to keep the flame high. You know what I mean? Slap some rendered butter on there. It's gonna kick that flame up a whole lot higher. You can do that. But you have to add some kind of fat to it because any kind of wild animal, especially a prey animal like that, is going to be very lean, very strong, very muscular. And that's what this is, a very muscular piece of meat that doesn't have a lot of fat content to it. And so the level of I just tell you this. The first time I ate venison, I'd never want to taste it again in my life. And it took me 5, 6, 7 years before I'd ever even entertain the thought of messing with another piece of venison until I got a piece of venison sausage. Somebody really put some time and effort into flavoring that sausage, and I tasted that. That changed everything for me. And so after that, that's when I got a hold of a venison steak after somebody else made that steak, and I was just like, it's all right. Still real way too gamey for me. The flavor profile just really threw me off. Now, when I did it myself and just took to it like I would do a regular steak and add some things to it, because right away I realized how it's kind of dry. You know what I mean? And just no fat content to it whatsoever. It's just all meat. And I'm just like, that's cool, but let me add some flavor to this thing. And that's why you see all the stuff you see on the screen. Scallions is a really strong flavor, especially in a soak and a marinade. Very, very strong. You throw that in there with some onions, and that's gonna really punctuate the flavor of that meat. And so that's where the gaminess is gonna come out through those two things. What are y'all guys doing, man? Y'all watching phones and shit? What the fuck?
Yeah, I'm looking at the schedule release leaks come out.
I don't know about the venison steak thing. It was just me. I've had venison in the past. I had a venison burger. Just call it a deer burger. It was okay, and it's everything that you guys have sort of described with respect to that gaminess. You just chewing and chewing and chewing and chewing and chewing. It was all right.
Even after it was soaked. it was still chewy?
I don't. Well, like I said, I don't know how they prepped it. It was a burger, right? I don't know if they soaked it or what. I can only assume they did, but I don't know. It was chewy as all hell. It was all like it was okay. Like there was a burger joint right, like I mean, like a 3-minute walk away from my apartment when I was I was about 20, my first apartment. And they had some crazy burgers. They had a venison burger. They had a kangaroo burger. That's crazy stuff. So you go down there and like just a regular hamburger over there at the time was like massive. It was like a big old burger. You pay $10 and you had a big old burger. But I used to go down there and cop a regular burger. And I'm looking at this. I'm like, well, one of these days I'm gonna do the rest of these burgers. So eventually I made my way through, kangaroo, venison, whatever they had. But I didn't particularly like the venison burger. Like the flavor was okay. It was just the gaminess that kind of threw me off. And like I'm saying all this, kangaroo is so much worse from a gaminess perspective.
You eat a kangaroo, you eating a guy.
Say what now?
You know who?
You eating a guy. That kangaroo.
Oh, that ain't never going. That ain't going on.
Y'all ain't gonna eat nothing that can put hands on me and just beat my ass and box me and shit. Wow. I want to eat that guy.
Oh, see, Nomad fell in love with Matilda.
What? Who the fuck is Matilda?
You like that movie with that boxing kangaroo named Matilda.
It's a boxing kangaroo, man.
What movie you talking about? Matilda.
Yeah, that's the name of the movie. I don't know if it was Disney at the time, but it's about a kangaroo who boxed, and her name was Matilda.
Oh, I'm definitely not going to eat that.
You nailed it. I was gonna say like that one from Looney Tunes that that you might get confused with. Who was it? It was like a rat, and the rat would disappear, and the kangaroo come and whoop ass.
No wonder kangaroos want to beat people ass so much. Weirdos eating kangaroos and shit. That's half a human, man.
Apparently,
put another roo on the Barbie.
Apparently, the kangaroo population in Australia is larger than the human population in Australia. If they piss those kangaroos off, man, one of these days it's on.
Because it's not like cows. Cows ain't gonna, fight you.
No, but these kangaroos will. They're clearly athletic.
So clearly, you better cook as many as you can.
You might want to get to the barbecue right now.
Why would you want to eat that guy?
It's because it's meat. There's not a lot of cows out there. There's not a lot of pigs out there. You got to eat what's indigenous, and it's either roo, which are bigger, or koala bears, and they're just too damn cute. You can't eat no koala.
People still wonder why sharks and
Yo, that's Wendy, man. That's great, bro.
Hey,
kangaroos are like deer fused with Nate Diaz.
I wouldn't want to eat that. This dude's got hands, man.
Hands that'll touch you up too. But if you touch it up first, if you put them hands on the grill, they're delicious and crispy.
Hey,
it depends on who wins the fight. The victor go to spoils.
Let's stick with the venison here, man. Okay, so
they're much easier.
Your experience with venison cares has been I don't know how you got a chewy burger. I have no idea how that works. But
it's just the
Well, that's the thing, though. How he got it was like they probably didn't soak it.
Maybe not.
They might have just harvested it and cooked it with little preparation, because not everybody does that, or cares, or or cooks or seasons or flavors like that. You asked before, it's like, what's my problem with Dairy Queen? And it's like, well, it tastes like, Becky from the suburbs seasoned it. You know what I mean? And it's just like, And it's like with venison, it's such a gamey meat, and anything on those plains like that, if you don't do the soaking, it just changes the entire flavor profile after you cook it. So it makes it not juice, like you're saying, there's no fat to it, so there's no juiciness to it. So it's very hard to keep it tender. So it can get tough, it can get chewy, and you have that just gaminess flavor of it in general. I mean, that's why it's like a very acquired taste. And you
So-
got to cook it right for it to be appetizing.
So the last time I got it was somebody that I knew went and took one down and did it, chopped it up into steaks and different stuff, different loins and all kinds of stuff that he did with it, and he made some sausage with it. And this portion of the sausage he made his own seasoned version of it, but he gave me the uncut version of it so that I can do what I wanted to do with the sausage flavor. And so that's what I did. And so he gave me 2 or 3 nice tubes of it. And I cooked some up for some people that was around the house at the time. And I didn't tell them what it was.
You're
And
evil, man.
no. I knew one of them.
Think it was beef or no, it was different.
It's fucking mystery.
No.
For real.
First thing that happened, the country boy from Tennessee knew right away.
Okay.
Taste it.
He knew right away. The other one,
You've been shot some deer.
he said, "This ain't no motherfucking deer." He was like, "Man, this is deer. I know what venison tastes like. This is deer sausage." He said, "Isn't this good?" I grilled it. And so most people will use that as a breakfast sausage along with some eggs or something like that. I put it on the grill and made a burger out of it. So it was a deer sausage burger. And them cats was tearing that shit up. I had 2 more tubes of it left. And I was just like, man, he gave it to me, but I ain't really into it like that. He was just like, "You don't want it?" I said, "Man, bro, if you want it, take it. Don't take the shit. You know what I mean? You want it, you enjoy it more than me." So he's from the country, Appalachian Mountain of Tennessee. They eat that kind of shit out there. So he's gonna get more joy out of it than I ever will.
He probably got more recipes for that stuff, that than you would even know.
Man, trust me.
And then also just think like your buddy that gave it to you, if he did not soak it like you did, he could have made the same burgers or steaks and they would taste totally different.
Man, my man was making meatballs and spaghetti with it.
See? Yeah, everything that we use beef and pork and chicken for, they use venison, raccoon, possum, squirrel.
Raccoon.
The reason I'm doing this tonight.
Good eating.
The reason I'm doing it's a reason why I'm doing this tonight. Not to generate a conversation just about who ate deer and who ate venison. It's because I got a feeling that we need to get acquainted with some more wild game, the way the prices are in the grocery stores these days. We went to Popeyes the other day and it was 8 pieces of chicken for a meal. 8-piece meal was like $42.
Kiss my ass.
And so when I start thinking about that and I'm preparing this show, I'm bringing up this conversation so that people can start getting acquainted with it. I'm gonna be honest with you. The first time I tasted venison, because it was different than anything I'd ever tasted as far as the meat went, I was the same with lamb. The first time I didn't like it. I didn't like freaking deer, man. I was just like, oh no, I'm gonna stick to what I know. But guess what? What you know is costing an arm and an effing leg. And so I was you guys. I started getting acquainted with some people that hunt or some butcher that gets this on a regular basis and give it a taste test.
But now, Nomad, as we see the economic data come out, as we see the food projections come out, Wendy's comment here, breaded and fried squirrels are damn good. People may be delving more into those menu options, as food becomes scarce and what is available is more expensive, that if you see roadkill that's somewhat fresh, and it's like, that is a critter that is edible. You know what I mean? We hungry at the crib. Let me go ahead and watch a couple YouTube videos on how to field dress this little thing, and and how to prepare it. It's not it would be a joke, but things are getting drastic, and they may get dire, if you will. So we think about hunting, not hunting, but cows, pigs, farm animals. But you see some a deer on the side of the road, and it'd be like, huh. I remember Nomad over there at the Nomad Network, or at Ked's Canucker, Sports Chicago style, some extra sauce, talking about venison steaks. That looked like a big ass piece of venison right there on the side of the road. And we ain't got no money, and we hungry.
Hey, guess what? Guess what?
I'm glad you got rid of that. That was great, though. That was fun.
Yeah, though. You got to watch the language. You got to watch the language, Wendy. If it shows up in the wrong way, it's not you. I just have to let it go.
Wendy, that was good stuff. Yeah. So how do I tell this tale without crossing certain lines? So in the greater Toronto area, a certain genre of human being has been known to have been just clubbing geese and dragging their ass home and cooking them up.
See,
I'm just gonna put it like that without sort of aiming at different genres of people and thing. But yeah, that time might be, as John Cena, shout out John Cena. That time might be now. So take that for what it's worth. Some people just getting down a little differently right about now.
You can't do that to geese here.
Well, you can't do it to geese here either. You can't.
No, you can. It's illegal AF, but you can.
It could be done. I'm just saying
you can plug a bald eagle out of the air, but would you do that?
Well, if you hungry,
what I'm saying, like these are just it's just a certain genre of person.
Well, put it like this. Geese and ducks. Duck à l'orange is delicioso.
It's great.
Geese. Give me another Christmas geese, boy. Hurry up. Those are delicious. You fry them up, maybe, bake them, whatever. But we eat those normally. And when you see them just kind of walking in traffic, holding up shit, or, you're walking down the street and they're like, whack, whack. And it's like they're nice and big, all fat and feathery and juicy on the side of the road, teasing you. Like, look at these breasts. These are double D's. These are thick and juicy. It's like, yeah, they are. It's like, look at these drumsticks. And they're shaking their legs all out, sexy like, all delicious like. And it's like, yeah, you going to clock one over the head, take it home and eat it. Because it's right there. It's free food. You just got to harvest it. And I don't mean no harm, but they delicious and we hungry. Pigeons, people eat pigeons. I'm not saying they good or good for you, but they do it.
Hey man, listen, one of the things I had to learn, and I thought I was getting away with something, it was called a place called Food Depot in Atlanta. And they had a little section, where you can find all those chitlins and all those kind of ethnic dishes, black dishes that people like. And in there was I don't know whether it was an adult game hen or something, like I can't remember what it was, but it was a big chicken. And I was like, oh, I just got away with one. This big ass chicken. And I took it home and I got it out of the package and I was going, and I baked it. That's what I did. I baked it. And let me tell you something. Depending on how old that bird is, tougher the skin is on it.
Patrick.
Just be quiet, kid. Don't even repeat that.
I'm laughing because it can't. It's not them, man. It's all I gotta say. It's not. They like their fowl dry, not gamey.
But that's the thing, though. The roadkill or anything harvested or hunted, for that matter. If you're out with your just hunting, trying to live off the land, the ticks, the viruses, the bacteria, we don't know what the hell's out there nowadays. So just don't think that you can just pick it up and it's all good. Like our current what is he? The health and services coordinator. Motherfucker talks like this. He be picking up, stuff and just eating it raw. But don't do that. You got to cook it properly. And you got to have you got to make it safe. You got to make it safe.
Any wild game, you better know exactly what season you're getting it in. Get it at the right season. Number one. Some of these animals that run wild like that with no jurisdiction over them, after you take one down, it's not like you're going to take it to somebody from the FDA and say, hey, is this good to eat? He's going to be like,
if you did.
No. You just got to know what season, because sometimes worms run through some of these critters at certain times of the year.
Well, you should.
Little do you know.
But that's the same with fish. That's the same with birds. Anything wild. Because wild animals live where? In the wild, and they consume wild stuff. And we know the poisons, the pesticides, the just things that are not good for us to consume. But when we consume the meat, we consume what it has consumed. When we consume the vegetables and the fruits, when they pull it out of the soil, we're consuming the nutrients from that soil or lack thereof, or whatever's in there. So, just be aware of like where you're planting, where you're harvesting, the materials you're using, the pesticides or natural, whatever you do, you don't want to poison it, or you don't want to, make it a very bad harvest.
Let's just say this, just for if you live in somewhere, some region of the world where, let's say you got question the wastewater coming out of your area is questionable, and you got a lot of deers popping up around that wastewater containment area. Don't try to take one of them deers down. You live anywhere where they might be messing with nuclear materials, and it's a lot of deer popping up in that area surrounding it. Don't mess with that deer. Anywhere where there's toxic chemicals supposedly in that whatever facility that is, and there's deers popping up out of there, don't mess with that deer. That deer has been consuming everything in and around that thing, and whatever it's been eating, you just ate.
Not just the deer, but everything, all the fish, all anything edible out of there.
Don't mess with it.
And that's hard to tell nowadays because we don't know anymore.
Mess with it all the time and gain superpowers.
Or there's that.
A super fun guy, huh?
Right.
Just saying.
All right. Let's get to the next.
Whoa. Before we leave this, wash your food, people. Wash your food, man. If you got it, like I
and cook it thoroughly.
I sometimes wash my food in vinegar or in alcohol. Different types of alcohol. Make a marinade out of it and sit it in the alcohol marinade to kill any level of parasite, worm, etc. that might be in my food. I do it all the time. Something that I do because I don't trust anybody.
I tell you how to deal with that, kid. This is old school Southern knowledge. Like say for instance, you about to boil down the chicken before you want to boil it down a little bit before you start picking it and seasoning up the water. That froth that comes on the top of that stuff when you're boiling, that brown looking shit that's sitting on the top, that pour all of that out, get rid of that, put that chicken to the side, wash that pot out a couple times, give it a good wash and rinse a couple of times, and that chicken as well. Don't wash it with like soap, but give that thing a good ass rinse, and make sure when you put that water back in that pot and you pour it back into the sink before you put that chicken back in there, it comes out crystal clear. Then put the chicken back in there, then fill it with water, then start doing your seasoning. That's how you get rid of the toxins.
That same way you clean the chitlins.
Yeah, you can boil them out, you can wash them off, you can soak them, you can marinate it.
Patrick. That's true.
All the above.
Patrick Higgins is saying, shoot, we've been eating Roundup and other pesticides for years, GMOs and such. And it's like, we hear, relatives or ourselves or people just coming up with all these weird cancers and sicknesses and illnesses. And it's like, because we've been being systematically poisoned for decades.
Yep.
I remember, I am old enough and lucky enough to remember when eating canned food, but the cans were like that old metal that the taste would get into the food. And if you could taste it, you were eating the poison because you could taste it. And I remember eating food from canned food that's like, man, this tastes like metal. You know what I mean? More than once that it made the memories.
One of the little troubleshooting things is any meat that you're going to cook, whether it's a deer steak, whether it's a chicken, whether it's some oxtails, whatever meat that you buy from the store, the best thing you can do is boil it, get that froth up to the top, get rid of all that, take all that and wash your meat off.
Yeah,
and whatever you're going to do with it, fry it, huh?
Yeah, those are your toxins and shit.
Yeah. And then whatever you're going to do with it, fry it, bake it, fricassee it, whatever the hell you're going to do with it, do it after that. But boil it first. That's the best way to get toxins out of your stuff. You boil it out.
Mm-hmm. And but even when you do that, True Pilgrim's bringing up a good point. He's saying he's not a great cook like Chef Trips. Oh, stop! You're gonna blow his head up, and he's already a diva wanting close-ups and shit. Settle down, True. We can't let him hear that. But handling raw chicken scares me. Yeah, that's true, because even if it's healthy, raw chicken will, can give you salmonella. If you get the juices or your utensils or your cutting board that you've used to handle it and you don't wash them, directly and promptly, that can develop salmonella, which can make you sick and or unalive you. If you leave it out too long, uncooked raw, and it gets to a certain temperature, now it's bad. Trust your senses. If it smells off, don't fuck with it.
Don't
you know what I mean? If it smells like, all right, it smells like, raw meat, you're good to go. When I know that when Chef Trips does his handling of the raw chicken, he washes out the actual sink and cuts it up in the sink and then puts it into the dishes or pots, whatever he's using, and then actually washes out the sink. So it's stainless steel, and always wash down your backboards in case of splashes. And anytime you raw chicken or anything raw like that, wash those dishes immediately after you're finished preparing with them. So that reduces the opportunities for the salmonella to develop.
All right. I'll tell you what, we got another little trip on the wild side. It tastes a whole lot better.
It's funny that it's called salmonella.
Speaking of critters,
rabbit. Wow, we're going right down the rabbit hole with all this. I had to stop before I said it, but smothered rabbit and gravy.
I was trying to think of a Little Miss Muffet reference, or who went down the rabbit hole?
Oh, Alice in Wonderland.
Alice, not Miss Muffet. Different one. There you go.
Okay, Kaz, let me ask you, because you're the one that I know of that hasn't tried rabbit. This is deep fried, chicken fried rabbit in gravy. Is what this is, and you're telling me that you wouldn't try this.
Look, I would try it, but it would have to be like a situation. You know what I mean? Like if there's you would have to present it to me with like rice and nothing else.
Well, of course, there's rice over there.
Vegetables, and no other food options.
Or maybe some other beans.
No, but like, you know what I mean? Like, no, there can't be another meat on available, because then I will opt for the non-rabbit.
Well, let's start with the ingredients, and then you can tell me your hang-ups.
All right. Smothered rabbit and gravy. Ingredients: flour, cornstarch, onion, various seasonings, egg wash, chicken broth, milk, and rabbit. You lost me with the milk and the rabbit.
Well, because the gravy. And another thing too, when you're getting rabbit, they say the best thing you can do is soak that thing in milk,
which takes the gaminess out of it.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just not a fan.
Seasoned milk on top of that.
Yeah.
I'm not a fan of the milk in general. You know, I try to avoid it if possible.
Well, I mean, it's you're not drinking the milk, and you know you're not getting the lactose from it. The chemicals, the ingredients in the milk counteracts the gaminess. You know, like we were talking about the venison with the salt bath. It's the same premise. You know, because rabbits are gamey, because they live in the wild like that, they're going to have that gamey taste. And instead of a salt water bath, this is more of a milk kind of thing. But then you also have the milk for the gravy when, you know, you make, you know, gravy from the drippings and stuff. There's, or heavy cream or whatever you use for that. But there's a milk bath actually that, you know, you put these meat pieces in and just let them soak. And then once they're tenderized or whatever the actual term is, and you pour the, you know, discard the milk, pour it out.
Patrick's asking sorry, he's asking, is this lean meat night?
Yes, another very lean meat. Not a lot of fat on rabbits.
This is real ass. People need to start paying attention to what's around them, and in case you need to supplement your diet because you've been priced out of the goddamn grocery store.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
So, and we know that rabbits and squirrels got personality, but when you're hungry, you're hungry.
And so if you look smack in the middle of there, kids, I want you to look at it real close. Smack in the middle of there, you'll see kind of a bone sticking out of it. That's a thigh leg. That's a thigh leg quarter.
Yeah.
That's a thigh leg quarter.
Just like a chicken, except smaller.
And you can see in the middle of there is probably the breast of the rabbit.
Rabbit might have nice little B cups, maybe some C's.
Okay.
Some ribs and back on the side there. Man, this is the only way I've ever eaten rabbit. I got it introduced to me as a kid, and I didn't even know I was eating it, but I was tearing it the fuck up in Kentucky. My country ass relatives, man. Man, dog. They say it tastes like chicken in there, right? Especially when you do it this way. So I don't know what it might taste like in any other way of delivering it to your palate, but this way it definitely tastes just like chicken.
Y'all ever have frog legs?
Oh yeah, delicious.
All right.
But let's stick to the smothered rabbit and gravy. What about this turns you off?
The rabbit and the milk. That's all.
The milk, again, you're gonna pour that right off of the thing. Okay. It doesn't have any rhyme or reason other than taking the gaminess out of it. It has no.
I mean, it's like the venison's not going to be salty because it's soaked in a salt bath.
Look, if we're in a situation, I'll eat whatever I gotta eat. And real talk, like the other side of this is like you could kind of quick whip up like a rabbit farm because it's like rabbits have rabbits. You know what I'm saying? You could quick whip that up. You have like 150 rabbits in no time. So, worst come to worst, you become a rabbit farmer and you're good to go,
Yeah, because they're, I mean, what do you call them? Coops, pens? What do you put rabbits in?
Yeah.
You know those things?
But I guess they jump, so it would have to be
you gotta seal them up in there. Yeah. But I mean, between rabbits, that's something small that you don't need like a lot of farmland or
no, you do that in your backyard. You just need just a sizable fence that they can't jump on.
Maybe some chickens, put in there, and no llamas or emus. Those might be a little big, but this is something like rabbit that you could have on your homestead. It's something that is in many regions just running wild. And while Bear Truth 9 says you'd rather stick to chicken, you might not have the option because chicken ain't on the menu that night because the chicken ain't running through that little bush right over there where the rabbit is. And it's like, is one rabbit in the bush more than no chickens at all? I think it is.
Are people out there eating llamas and emus?
I'm sure they are, man.
Yeah,
what?
Sure they are. They'll eat anything, but Let me tell you, kids. I'm
And
gonna tell
there's a
you.
llama or an emu farm.
Hey,
Like,
let's stick with the
road.
let's stick with the rabbit, man.
Yeah,
Sorry.
there was.
Stick with the rabbit.
What more
Listen.
is there?
The only way you would know that you weren't eating chicken is if I gave you that middle part that has the femur. And so you'll only notice that the femur is longer than a chicken leg that you would eat. That's the only way I would have knew. I remember in Kentucky, I'm just like, man, this chicken leg long. And my cousins were looking at me like they was busting up. My uncle was busting up everybody in the kitchen. I'm looking around like, what y'all laughing about? Hey, boy, that ain't no chicken. Like, what is? And I saw him unalive the rabbit in the alley. I thought he was just trying to keep it away from the garden. And he went out there and took a little rifle and unalived it. And he grabbed it and took it. But I was so busy playing with the dogs out there that I didn't know that he was taking it, into the side of the house and skinning it. And I didn't know that. I was just like 4 years old. But I was so busy playing with they had a female Doberman Pinscher that had puppies. And I was just having a ball with those puppies. And I seen it. He got it, went out there and got the thing, was still kind of jerking a little bit. I was just like, dang, man, he just killed that rabbit. And yeah, it ended up being in the meal. And they was laughing at me by the end of it, but I was tearing that shit up. I just knew it was chicken.
That's cold-blooded that they had you over and tell you what was in the food.
They knew I was a city boy. They knew I was a city boy. They couldn't just tell me you're gonna eat a rabbit.
Well, you should probably. Yeah, they should
And
probably.
then it probably is like it don't matter if it was rabbit because there's nothing else on the menu.
It's cold. That's okay. So you make
So
the
you don't eat what's on the plate, what's on the table. What we all eat.
No. Like the answer to that is like, yeah, but you should also have the option not to. You can consciously choose. Wait a minute. I like Bugs Bunny. I watch him all the time. Well, I'm not gonna eat his real life cousin.
Well, but ain't nobody, twist the arm. I mean, I'm sure if he'd be like, well, I'm not gonna eat the rabbit, well, ain't nothing else. You can eat all the side dishes and don't eat the rabbit there. You hungry, son? Go to bed hungry. That's on you.
That's what I'm saying. Like if they let you know, you could make an educated decision, as they say.
But then a lot of times you just don't think about it. It's like, well, why do I have to specify and tell this dude what we're eating? It's just we're eating dinner. That's what we eating. Sit down, eat, or don't.
For man, they could. I mean, it was just introducing. I was there for a reason to get acquainted with my relatives from another part of the. They live differently.
You got acquainted, all right.
Mm-hmm. And then that's as far as it went. Was that rabbit? I ate it. They say another time.
He was scarred for life. Patrick said.
No, I wasn't. I wasn't scarred until I found out about it in that moment. It didn't bother me whatsoever. Man, but yeah,
it's funny because you're like an animal guy, man. I guess you just don't have a soft part in your heart for the rabbit. Is that it?
Well, hold on, wait, Phil, for the rabbit.
The rabbit was in my stomach. What I'm gonna do, man?
Right, it was delicious. But look at Bear Truth now. He said, keep talking, Trips. You might find yourself on a barbecue menu. Well, shit, wait till the aliens get here, fool. I'll be on the spit roasting right next to you.
Damn.
Talking about it's hot here, ain't it? I hope they treat us well in their tummies.
Soak his big ass in some apple cider vinegar. Shit. See what happens.
Yeah, I'll be the one that be like, hey, aliens, let me tell you how to season us. You need me. You need me.
He mess around and find himself with a job.
Hey, kid, if you go to the store, now I've seen them in the store. I don't know if you've ever seen them in the store. If you go to the store and you see one packaged up, don't be afraid to see what that's like, man.
Try it.
It's a rabbit?
Yeah, it's better than you might imagine. Don't be afraid.
Don't be afraid.
Don't be afraid.
It's a good, it's delicious, especially like this, right? What you're looking at.
Yeah. I'm good.
Oh damn!
Look at
Come
that. They,
on,
yeah.
Looking all security wise and stuff. Look at you,
Somebody-
Red Baron. I see
Rabbit
you.
is good.
You just
ATF
need,
came in and gave it a cosign. Look at
you just
that.
need somebody's fat arm auntie.
I
to
can't
do-
eat rodents. See, Scrolls?
It's not a rodent. It's a critter.
It's not a rodent.
No, that's a rodent.
No, critter is a critter. Rodent's a rodent. There's two different things. That's why they got different names.
It's not a
Oh,
rodent.
we're gonna get deep in. Like, we're gonna go deep here.
All right. I'll tell you what, man. We done with the food conversation. Let me let Trips. You've been waiting and itching to talk about the schedule. Y'all ain't been paying no goddamn attention because y'all looking at the schedule. Did somebody release something that y'all want to talk about?
Oh well. Wait, hold on. Kids,
Yes.
a critter is an informal term primarily used in the United States, that's us, English,
Or rodents.
to describe a living creature or animal, often refers to small wild animals like squirrels, raccoons, or rodents, but can generally refer to any animal, including pets or livestock. So basically any fucking thing. All right, so but yeah,
So we talking rodents though.
Yeah,
that
yeah,
is what has been
those are
established.
different.
Okay, all right, cool. So
Those-
so the
those
schedule.
are fry them up.
They're
But
good.
like schedule release for the Bears. Now, as mentioned before, the schedule is officially released on Thursday, tomorrow. But it's been leaking out all week, you know, like a 60-year-old dude with a bad prostate and don't do Kegels, trying to hold his urine. It's not happening. So we know all of the international games, which the Bears are not playing one. And the rumor was, the scuttlebutt, if you will, that the Bears were supposed to play in Seattle opening night on that Wednesday. But it turns out that was false. That was not true. The Patriots are playing Seattle in the Super Bowl rematch week 1. But as far as the leakage of the Bears,
Gross.
thank you. Tampa Bay Buccaneers will be coming to town Sunday night on week 9. So Baker Mayfield brings his crew in. And then on week 7, which is a Thursday night game on Amazon Prime, Drake May and the aforementioned New England Patriots will be coming to town to play Caleb Williams and the Bears. And then Thanksgiving night, which is Thursday, the Bears will travel to the toilet to take on the Kitties for that Thanksgiving night game. Now, these have been officially leaked. I don't know what that
New
even
England
means.
proceedings.
So we won't know all the schedule until tomorrow. But all I got to say is loose lips sink ships. If we're going to release the schedule on a Thursday, release the goddamn schedule on Thursday, not Monday, not Tuesday, not a little bit more Wednesday, and then the rest of it Thursday, because then it's schedule release week, not schedule release day. And it's just irritating because words used to have meanings. And they just don't anymore. But yes, these are the schedule so far, the games that have been released, and I see all victories right there for our beloved Bears.
So one thing that's kind of interesting, and we'll find out, and we'll be able to corroborate this tomorrow. It kind of sounds as if the Bears are going to be in Central and or Eastern time zone all season long.
Well, kids, that you bring that up, I didn't save the actual post, but the analytics people, you know, the numbers nerds, shout out to Mr. Jewish. They looked at the mileage that's going to be traveled because the schedule hasn't been released, but they know all this goddamn information. Roger Goodell, loose lips, sink ships. But the Bears only travel west of the mighty Mississippi one time, and they travel the least amount of air miles. as opposed to the San Francisco 49ers, who travel the majority of the air miles for the teams this year.
Interesting. I hate the 49ers, so that's great. Outside of that, I also hear we have one of the hardest schedules in the league this year once again, which is also
well, that's true.
Not so great. But
well, kids, hold on, pump your brakes, kids.
Mm-hmm.
This is based on last year's
results. So, what's funny is we had one of the hardest schedules in the NFL last year.
Exactly.
It was based on the year before's results, which were absolutely abysmal. So,
same thing.
I love the science. The science is
because
working.
A lot of those teams have different players. They're not going to have the same results. A lot of the worst teams are getting better. A lot of the better teams will get worse. So, the strength of schedule based on something last year is kind of like, to me, what Ben Johnston has been preaching. Last year was last year. We can maybe use that as some kind of reference, but it don't mean a damn thing.
Well, let me just guess what they might be saying on social media based on a little bit that's come out. The Bears got screwed again. Is that what they're saying on social media?
No, I think it was just more of a not a screwed, or I haven't seen anybody complain that. They were just more of a disappointment because everybody wanted it to kick off against the Super Bowl champions on Wednesday night. To have the spotlight and the focus.
It's not just the national eyes. They're the one team we didn't get to play last year that went all the way to the Super Bowl, and the speculation is there that maybe the Bears might have fared well against Seattle, right?
Open the season litmus test.
And that's kind of what folks wanted. Again, lots of eyes on the Super Bowl champions, and potentially a lot of eyes on the Chicago Bears in the same capacity. But the reality to me, just to answer what you're saying, though, man. Not a lot of folks were complaining or pissed off. Again, nothing's been fully released. There's been some leaks. Not everybody's aware of all the leaks. We'll really hear what we hear tomorrow. But even then, I think the harder schedule was to be expected this time around.
But then also, I think this is a benefit because I would rather face Bryce Young with this new look defense or new staffed manned defense, week one, than versus the defending, goddamn Super Bowl champions, even though they, traded away their running back in Walker. They're still that offense that was able to do enough to win a Super Bowl. So let the defense, get their footing for, a few weeks. This is their first time all playing together in this scheme. So let's get that going before we worry about, spotlight games or national attention or something like that. Let's let that happen.
Man. Well, yeah, I'm fine with all that. We'll see what it actually fully looks like. Big question for me is just around the fact that Carolina did look kind of good towards the end of last season, and I don't mean good. I just mean that it looked as if the team was finally starting to come together and gel. So they do have a working defense. They made some decent selections in this year's draft, and the offense they kind of put together last year just wasn't clicking until closer to the end of the year. So we'll see what that looks like up against these Chicago Bears, and hopefully it's a freaking blowout with respect to our team and Mr. Johnson.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Right.
Well, that I think when when we get down to brass tacks, Coach Football Cycle, Big Ben, Big Johnson, as Chef Trips calls him, he has the goal to put up points consistently. He has the desire to run up the score every week. And he's putting together the team and the players to do just that. So let's strap it in, folks, because this ain't the Chicago Bears team that gets off the bus running. You know what I'm
Well,
saying?
let me give you guys some thought. I really don't care who we play when, but if a schedule came off in a way that I would want it to come off, okay, you got a couple ways of thinking about it. Early in the season, you got, let's just say we're 1 year removed from a brand new offense. So everything was so new, was so brand new, was fire. Everybody was under the fire hose the entire first year. And now that they have some experience in it, I would say because you got so many young pieces that are coming along right now, you want to play let's just say lesser qualified opponents early because it's a good warm up. Because really, until you get to game 4, everybody's not oiled up and ready. You're gonna have some shortcomings all over the field. Till about game 4, that's when they really start to sink in. Everybody's cleats are deep into the turf. And so that's when I want to play really good opponents. And then the thicket of what we do as far as the strength of our schedule, I would have it from 4 to about 8 to 10. I'd love to have tough football games right around then. And then towards the end of the schedule, everybody's going to play you tough at the end, because if it's not a playoff, caliber team at the end, it's going to be some team that's scrapping to try to bring you down, to try to snatch you off the pedestal. But that's how I would love to see the schedule play out. I'm welcoming all comers. That's just the way competitors think. I welcome your ass today, tomorrow, the next day, yesterday. I don't care. I deal with you. That's how I don't care about the schedule. But if, in the real world, if you were to have it play out the right way for you, because we have a young bunch of new pieces, you want some of those, up and coming teams to get at you right now, but not the bona fide teams, because you're going to look like shit.
Oh, I was about to say, looking like shit. The Bears have the opportunity to make the Eagles look like shit on week 3 on Monday Night Football.
Not bad. We'll see what Monday Night Football looks like. Once again, I wonder how many primetime games the Bears have this season. I bet you there's a bunch.
Well, there was that Thursday that was Amazon. Then there's the one that I just saw with the Buccaneers Sunday night.
That's
and
3.
then Monday night with the Eagles, so that's at least 3.
The only concern I have is probably defensively, and that's because there's so many new pieces. And the thing about the defense is them guys learning to play together. Once you learn how to play together, there's one other thing that needs to happen: how you feed off of each other. And that's just learning how to play together takes about 3 to 4 games. You just get used to the movements of this player and his language and how he communicates, and you responded to it on time. Now, after that, the second level to that is now you learn how to feed off of the strengths of the player next to you. Oh, I know TJ got that, or I know this person got that. I ain't got to think about it. I can go hunt somewhere else because I know he got that. The third level and the last level is you don't even have to think about it. So we're 3 levels away defensively, and so that's the part that I know we're going to look shitty at first.
Yeah.
I think that almost goes without saying. I think this defense is a work in progress, and they'll have to sort of get it to where they want to get it to. I just don't see it with all the
moving parts.
Well, not moving parts, just changes. New parts, right, in place, new pieces. It's just going to take a little while for them to acclimate and get together, which is why we have to, have to look towards 50 burgers and things along those lines.
Whoa. Hold on, kids, for just 1 second. Hold that thought. So I want you to repeat what you're about to say because it's important. But I just got to say something. But Scroll says there really isn't any bona fide teams left, Nomad. Who are we afraid of? NFL is extremely weak right now. I would say I agree with you that the league ain't strong, but there are bona fide teams. Bona fide teams for sure.
So where I would agree with you, sir.
Don't forget your thought now. Don't let me get you off. You was talking.
Well, you done got me off.
Right, go ahead,
Pause. So yeah.
Major.
Anyways,
he about to light up a square.
Shoot, yeah, this is I'd say actually the NFC ain't so great. AFC is a little bit of a different story. And then if you look at our division is super tight, right? And
you say the NFC ain't that great.
I don't think the NFC is as powerful as it has been in many years.
You've been watching
the NFL kind.
You mean this year the NFC is not going to be good or going to be good? Which was it?
I don't think there's a lot of teams for us to fear in the NFC, with the slight exception of, and I'll name them. I think we should be worried about the Rams. I think we should be worried about
he capped
the Super Bowl champions. I think we should be worried about the teams in our division. But that's about it.
He's capping.
I ain't capping.
On any given day, everybody we at the beginning of last year, we saw Carolina as a team as a bottom feeder, right? Now on any given day, Carolina getting your ass. Don't say the NFC is weak, bro.
I would not say at any time, like this is yet to be proven. I would not say that Carolina is a team that the Bears should fear. Wouldn't say that at all, ever. They'd have to whoop on us first in order for me to say that, and that hasn't happened.
Carolina has
since Cam Newton left the team.
Carolina,
you know what I mean?
Carolina has quietly assembled quite the roster.
I'm not going to argue with you. I'm not saying that they haven't done the work and they didn't look really nice towards the end of last season. I just actually finished saying that. But I wouldn't say that they're a team I would fear at all.
I get what you're saying. All I'm saying is, and we're talking about the team at the lower rung of the NFC that are getting your ass from any given Sunday. They're getting your ass. And we're talking about that. Now we're talking about Seattle. Now we're talking about Philly. We're talking about these other teams that, I mean, come on, dog.
I'm not as afraid of Green
Bay. We're talking about Minnesota.
I said in our division, we should be worried.
Getting your ass.
In our division, we should be worried. That's straight up and down. The teams outside of our division, I'm a little bit less worried about.
Cowboys.
I think we can beat the Cowboys. I think we can beat the Niners. I think we can beat the Giants. Oh, wait a second now. Let me just say this out loud now.
I'll tell you what to say out loud.
I think the Giants might be the sleeper team in the NFC East. Like, I have to say that. I think they might be a big-time sleeper, and nobody's really looking at them. They made the right changes.
What you say out loud is, I fucked up. I shouldn't have said that.
No, I think the Giants are going to be a serious team this year.
Some of the AFC teams are some of the weaker teams out there to me.
Well, here's the thing, though. We can look at strength of schedule. We can, debate about what teams are stronger. But something that was kind of a throwaway line that Nomad said a little bit ago, any given Sunday. But here's the thing. We already know that the NFL is Sunday and Monday. And we've also gotten used to Thursday. But we've also gotten used to Friday. But what we're seeing a lot more this season are Wednesday games. I don't know the exact amount of how many Wednesday games there are, but it's notable that there are a lot more Wednesday games. And speaking of Thanksgiving Eve, which is a Wednesday, the Packers will be playing at the Rams. And then Thanksgiving Day, the Bears at the Kitties at the noon game, the Eagles at the Cowboys at the 3:30 game, the Chefs at the Bills at the night game on Thanksgiving night, and then on Black Friday at 2 p.m., the Denver Broncos go to the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yeah. Man, there's yeah, kids. You probably shouldn't have said that. Dog, it's some heat in the NFC, bro. Trust me. It's been yeah, man. Anybody can beat anybody in NFC right now. Anybody. The only team in NFC I don't think is gonna challenge nobody right now that I can think of off the top of my head is probably New Orleans. That's the team I can think about. I even think Atlanta will get you because they got a high level of talent down there. They've amassed just talent can win you a game. Just having playmakers around.
Well, we're gonna see, man. We're gonna see exactly what that looks like real soon. I'm just saying, I'm a little bit. Here's the facts. Like the facts is the teams in the AFC are much more established than the teams in the NFC, with the exceptions of Philadelphia and these newfangled Seattle Super Bowl champs, right? And then you look at the teams in our division, which have been a problem for the Chicago Bears year on year on year. I think we're going to see a bit of a resurgence of the Vikings with Kyler Murray, because now he's going to be playing pissed off. I think we're going to see a little bit of a decline in Detroit, slight decline, and it's always going to be a battle between the Bay and them cheese eaters and the Bears. Like, that's just going to be the battle. But
the Rams is the team that they're worried about.
Yeah. I kind of mentioned them earlier on. They're the other team that I would be a little bit worried about within the NFC. But there's always that your quarterback Super Bowl, he can get hurt at any time thing going on with them too. Like Stafford does not have a good back.
I would.
Stafford does not have a good back. That situation can rear its ugly head at any time. They did get a solid backup. I'm blanking out on who they got. They got a solid. Oh no, they drafted. Shoot, what was his name, man?
Who?
Exactly.
Simpson? Is it Simpson?
Who drafted who?
Nicole?
No. She's no longer with us.
Oh, my bad. Jessica?
Oh man, no. She packed on the pounds and got divorced. We talking. I think it's Ty Simpson. It's like the number 2 quarterback in this year's draft. They traded up and they wound up getting him. So
Ty Simpson, man.
Yeah, we'll see if he's ready to play this season in any capacity. He might have to.
Oh, Matt Stafford.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying, like, Stafford's back's been a thing for quite some time.
Stafford's job is to keep his ass on the bench, and he will remain on the bench so long as Stafford wants to play football. As long as he has life, Stafford.
Well, that's the best place for him, and like he'll learn a lot from Matt Stafford, man. He'll like just being on that bench. So, in my opinion, it was a good selection for them to really have him sit on that bench and learn how to play the position from, again, one of the best to do it in the NFL. Like no knock on Matt Stafford, but again, he does tend to have back issues, and you never know, man. You never know.
Y'all ready for some breakdowns of the new players we just signed after the rookie minicamp?
Absolutely.
I want to talk about some of this stuff.
Oh, one last thing with the schedule. Any idea when our bye week is?
I have no idea.
Yeah, not yet. Because remember, kids, the schedule's not released till tomorrow. So
okay.
I just hope the bye week is later.
That's the only real thing that I would like. For real, I don't really care about the schedule. I expected it to be pretty tough, but I would prefer that the bye week isn't quite as early as it was last year. Last year was ridiculously early. The upside,
like week 4 or some shit?
It was week 4. Like the upside was they got to like get out on the field, new head coach. He figured his stuff out, and then he could make major adjustments. And those major adjustments came at the right time for that season. So worked out well. I don't think we're going to be in the same. I don't think we're in the same boat this time around. I think we're in a bit of a different situation. And I think a bye week a little bit later this year might be a better situation for us.
Yeah. All right. Any last thoughts here, Trips, before we move into these breakdowns?
No, I'm good.
All right. Let's get to the least of them, in my opinion, on the list. And not because he's the least of them as a player. But this is John Radigan, linebacker. I think more recently out of the Raiders. I think maybe I might be wrong there, but this is purely a special team signing. This is Dennis Allen, and not Dennis Allen, but I forget the special teams coach's name. But this is him saying that we need a piece here to compete with somebody there on the roster. So we're talking about one of the rookie UDFAs or maybe even a draft pick. They're using the back end of the roster to push the guys up front. And so this is purely a special team signing. And when he did get his reps in wherever he was at, whether he was in Carolina, whether he was in Seattle, whether he was in with the Raiders, it didn't matter. He played his butt off and he made plays. He made tackles. He's a great hole filling and gap filling linebacker. That's what he does. Physicality sticks out. And that's pretty much what you see, but a demon on special teams, and that's been occurring in his career, and that's what's kept him with a job his entire career. So this is purely a special team signing. No thoughts?
Not a whole lot. So he was drafted by Seattle, wound up, he started with Seattle in 2021, played for them for about 3 years, and then wound up with the Raiders in 2025. I think you're bang on, man. Not a lot to really talk about here by way of snaps even. My opinion, he's probably truly just a special teams body, and it might just be for the preseason case scenario more so than anything else. I don't have much to say here.
Yeah, you know how Nomad is always going on about we shouldn't put limitations on players. We don't know what they could be in the right situation, but historically, everything from Mr. Radigan's career, screams linebacker depth, but special teams is where he eats, gets his meat and potatoes. That's where he's contributed. And so, Coach Hightower, who's really had the come ups on players and pieces and tools to use on punts and field goals and coverage, kickoffs and all that. This is a piece that he would definitely be working with the most. But yeah, he just seems like a veteran to push, the young guys. But, between Hampton, Elliott, Sanborn, Jackson, Bush, Hardy, special teams can only account for so many roster spots. And it's hard to see Radigan cracking the defense at all. So yeah, camp body, to keep the younger season legs kind of fresh for the season.
Well, you know me, you're right, Trips. I'm never one to try to lessen a guy or try to make it look like he's no more than this or that. However, in this case in particular, I do think he's there to add motivation to some of the guys that are, if nothing else, they feel like some of these young, later drafted guys, I'm gonna get a spot on special teams, or some of the UDFA, I got me a spot on special teams. You bring in a veteran that's done this, and nobody's comfortable. Nobody's comfortable. And so I get the science behind a signing like this. It wasn't, let's say, in the eyes of a fan of the Bears, like, why would we waste a roster spot on this guy when we got all these young guys? It's because you don't want none of those guys to get comfortable. He's a good linebacker now, but he's likely never going to see the field of play during the regular season. You will only see him in preseason. If he's on the field during the regular season, that means some stuff really broke down. Not
And if
because
he is on the field during the regular season, it's against it's on rundowns.
yes, not to say that he's a bad player, but he's not. Let's just say combined, compared to some of the talent that we have around this building, he can't compete with those guys in the play in and play out category of NFL linebacker.
He's not as fleet of foot.
Yeah, he's a great supplement at the end of the day. That's just being real with the shit.
I said he was slow, kids, but I didn't. I said it in a nice way.
You did say it very nicely. I'm proud of you. That being the case, yeah, not a whole lot to say here. I don't. To me, this is a camp body. I'm not sure if he gets much further than that.
All right, let's talk about a little bit more fun conversation.
Okay.
It feels like we talked about this guy before on the show, but I don't know that we have. We talk about so many guys, and I've made so many graphics on so many different players that even I forget who we've talked about because there's so many graphics I have. But this is linebacker Wayne Matthews out of Michigan State. Now, this guy was definitely on my list, and I did not get to finish his tape. He got 2 stars from me. Anybody that gets 2 stars from me, 3 stars from me, and get their name circled, that's a bad boy. So he was already in the 2-star category. I'm going to say this. Now, I was wondering during the draft process, why didn't anybody draft Wayne Matthews? Until I went to some of the tape again, and it starts with, some of the stuff that goes on. You might see a short. You might see a quick highlight. And I didn't realize that Wayne Matthews had a scary neck injury during the game this year. During a game this year, and got carted off the field, face mask removed, the whole 9 yards. It was a friendly fire incident. It was just 2 of his teammates they collided, and it ended up being less worse than what it was. However, I can see how a player of his caliber, and I think he's a high-level linebacker. And I'm talking about, when I think about linebackers that kind of play the Will and the Mike mix, you need a guy that's heady, that's on point, that can guide guys around him. Number one, you need also a little speed, but you also need to have the temperament of a terrier. This guy, if you've never owned a terrier, you wouldn't know what the hell I'm about. You'd be like, no matter what the hell you talking about now, I'm about to explain it to you. If you've never had a terrier, then you have no idea how tenacious a dog like that can be. And not to compare Wayne Matthews to a dog, but the mindset of Wayne Matthews is equivalent to a terrier.
Sounds a lot like that's what you're doing.
He knows exactly where the target is, and once he locks in on the target, there's no stopping him. You ain't blocking him up. He's going to get off that block. He's going to get to the ball carrier. That kind of mentality goes and it translates a long way. I love linebackers like that play with that kind of tenacity. He knows his role, knows it well. He's a leader. And he has a tenacity like that really has to get at the ball. Just have, if you've ever had a terrier and you say you had the girlfriend holding it back and you got the terrier's favorite ball in your hand, the way that terrier will be pulling at that collar for you to let him go so he can get that ball. That's how Wayne plays.
Well, it's good because he's 6'2", 230 pounds. There was no actual official testing for him, maybe because of the injury, but it's good to see that he is, he has a dedication and he's healthy enough to not only be able to compete, but to actually have made the team. Obviously UDFA, so nothing's guaranteed a roster spot, but he has the ability to, have a a position, on the 90-man roster, have a key card for Hallis Hall, you know what I mean, to have the opportunity to compete, because that is what, a lot of these guys have wanted their entire lives. And we've seen, retirements come from UDFAs just out of the blue. We saw it with Squirrel White. We saw it running back Le'Veon Moss, who was a rookie. They get to camp and they realize that everybody's fast, people are hitting, and maybe some injuries that may have been lingering, are inhibiting their opportunity to compete. So they walk away from the game, and that's, sad to see, because they've worked so hard to get there. But it is refreshing when someone like Wayne Matthews can recover and come back from such a serious or scary, incident on the field, and still have the wherewithal to want to strap it back up and get back out there.
I'll give you a hot take, and you guys, after I explain this a little bit, maybe you guys can. I'm not asking you to agree with me, but in a nutshell, I think this is Ruben Hippolyte's push, because Ruben Hippolyte had a certain amount of expectations on him. You expected to take your role and excel in it at some point during the season, but the opposite happened. Ruben Hippolyte had something happen, and he was kind of shelved for the rest of the season.
Tight end Washington from Pittsburgh happened.
Maybe so, but that doesn't explain why he was shelved for the entire rest of the season. This is Ruben Hippolyte's push. I think they still expect a lot out of Ruben Hippolyte, and I do think he can get there, but he has a lot of Ruben Hippolyte qualities, minus the speed. Now I'm talking about nose for the ball, physical, has the body to be able to withstand the physicality of the game. If you were to put me on a truth serum, I would tell you that I think Ruben Hippolyte ran into a problem with the physicality of the game. I think he couldn't hold up, and that typically happens with rookies in the NFL. I'm saying to you that they bringing this guy in here to show you that, hey, this is how you handle the physicality of the game. He's physical, he's around the ball, and he's nonstop about it. He has no let up in his game. I think he's there to push Ruben Hippolyte. I think he might die in this conversation.
I think he might, like, the possibility of him pushing Ruben Hippolyte clean out is also there. And the reason I'm saying that is very simple. They didn't sign him to so the gentleman we were just looking at a minute ago, the previous linebacker, Rattingham, they signed him to like a no-year deal. It was like just a very simple signing to get him in. They signed Wayne Matthews to a 3-year deal. Just wanted to put that out there.
I didn't even know that. And
what it do, King Booker?
That sounds like they want to develop him.
I had no idea about that, but and then you start talking. But
what up, King?
I do my little research here and there and look at different aspects of things, and this is what jumped out to me very quickly. Is this particular young man received this is not a camp body, is what I'm trying to say. This is not a camp body. This is somebody who got a relatively extensive, an extensive deal.
Give me 1 second. I do believe 110% he's drafted anywhere between 1 and 5 had he not had that neck injury.
Wait, round 1 and 5, or you mean like 1 and 5, like off the board 1 and 5?
No. Round 1 and 5 had he not had that neck injury. But I just had to throw that out there. But kids, go ahead, man.
Okay, well, that says a lot. To what says more to me is the actual investment the Bears have put into this particular player, right? UDFA, no UDFA. He's a Michigan. He plays for Michigan State.
Sparty.
You know what I'm saying? He's a Spartan. He's doing his thing out there. I'm just saying that at the end of the day, they decided to put a decent amount of investment in this particular player, who again is a UDFA and is basically coming off of injury. That just means to me that they've seen what they need to see out of this player, and it's a question of developing him over time. Who's to say that the development of Ruben Hippolyte has gone well? I can't, because the Bears went out and secured 2 free agents to more or less step over top of where Ruben Hippolyte is in the depth chart. So that's a little bit worrisome for the Ruben Hippolyte fans out there. We didn't really see him on the field quite frequently. Again, because they went out and got a D'Amico. What was that? Sorry, Jackson?
Bush.
Mr. Jackson. Well, they got Mr. Bush too. Sanborn. Right. There's a few guys there. They clearly felt that linebacker core wasn't what they needed, and they've made some maneuvers and machinations to try and solve that problem. Meaning it doesn't really sound to me like Ruben Hippolyte is the answer. So take that for what it's worth.
I don't know. I didn't throw that out there to create controversy, but it's just the way I'm seeing it.
I don't think you did. I don't think you did cause any controversy. I think the fact that Ruben hasn't really, they put him on the field a couple of times last year. Don't get me wrong, but he got his job taken very quickly. And then they refused to put him back on the field for the better part of the season. And this is in a situation where there's a lot of linebacker attrition. Like, linebackers were getting hurt last year. That should have been. I'll say that I wasn't being facetious. He must have some fans somewhere.
Ruben, he did have fans all year. People were just like, "Hey, we need to put Ruben Hippolyte out there," and I'm just like, obviously, I kept saying, obviously, the coaches are seeing something we ain't.
Well, I'll say the opposite. We all wanted to see him on the field to see what they got out of this overdraft potentially. And it just doesn't sound like they got what they wanted to get out of this particular player. So, they went out and got some bodies to really shore up that linebacker position. And this is another body that they look like they may be developing to, again, shore up the linebacker position. Long story short, I don't think Ruben's the answer.
And it was September 21st, 2025, so later in the season. He was carted off the field after that friendly fire play with partial paralysis.
Oh, my. That ain't good.
No, but he's obviously been able to come back. He's got a clean bill of health, enough for, them to be confident enough in, to make that investment, for his development.
Yeah, I should have mentioned that he had that injury, and it wasn't like late. He got back on the field and played well. So that's that. You know what I mean?
Oh, so he did come back after the injury.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so he finished the season healthy. Okay.
You think he's a camp body, Scrolls, with a 3-year contract? I don't know.
Now, if that's true that he's got a 3-year contract, he ain't no fucking camp body.
He does.
Because now, if you have a 3-year contract, you can still be put on the practice squad, though, right?
They can do whatever they want with them. And when I say a 3-year contract, it's a 3-year contract at UDFA numbers, right? Worst come to work, like if he goes, he goes. Somebody's paying him a little bit more if they snatch him off the practice squad. They're not paying a handsome fee for this young man, but again, they've decided to give him a multi-year deal. It's a low wallet share multi-year deal, but it's a multi-year deal nonetheless, right?
But something that speaking of kids, that speaks to what Ryan Poles has been doing with the contract situations. We talked about linebacker Radigan, the veteran, who signed for, I'm sure, low wallet share, but can earn more. Then you have this UDFA who has a higher upside, who signed a contract, but for low wallet share. So they're contractually, bringing guys in that they want, but not at the detriment or, sending out too much money in case they decide to go a different direction and cut bait with these guys.
I think he's a physical. I just love the physicality, the tenacity. And the way he is around the ball, I mean, man, there's so many good plays I've seen him make, and it's just pure that terrier mindset. Just like I'm finna get at it, and you ain't about to stop me. I'm going right through your chest if I need to. I'm gonna get to the ball, getting to the ball, and I just love it, man. So either way, this plays out for Wayne Matthews. I love the competition and the thought that they're putting behind. You know, if you want something out of Ruben Hippolyte, this is one way to do it. Make sure you're bringing somebody up, and he kind of, to be honest with you, Ruben Hippolyte exhibited some of that kind of tenacity at times during his state. I remember, you know what I mean? But this guy consistently does it. Consistently. And when the games are the toughest, he shows up the brightest.
Who would you who would you say his game reminds you of loosely?
Loosely?
Yeah.
Oh God. Everybody kind of looks like man, dude, that's a hard, like it's so many linebackers in my head.
I mean, but just like theoretically, is he more of a Tremaine Edmonds, a TJ Edwards?
Talking about a Bear?
No, not a Bear specifically. I was just
he reminds me of Briggs. If we want to stick with the Bears, he reminds me of Briggs.
Okay, so not as fast, but football smart and aggressive.
Football smart and physical will knock your ass out off you.
Okay.
He's you know, when you can make up for long speed by just the coach not putting you in positions to test your long speed. You got other fast guys around you. You don't have to make a linebacker carry a slot receiver. No, you don't need to do that. You need him around 15 yards and in, busting people to F up, getting the people, making tackles, getting guys on the ground, and you need him to be aggressive about it. That's what we got here. That was Briggs.
Okay.
I don't know how many times y'all seen on replays where it was a rare sight when you seen Briggs running more than 40 yards down the field.
That was not his thing.
Yeah, that's mostly Urlacher. A will linebacker is a guy that cleans up horizontally, left to right. A middle linebacker is more of a vertical guy. Somebody that covers the middle part of the field, middle right, middle left. You might have to carry a tight end. You might have to carry a running back. Anybody down the middle of the field, you might have to carry. But a will linebacker is a cleaner from the left to right. Speed is definitely going to show up on tape. Tenacity to get to the ball and make the tackle, that's going to show up from a will linebacker. It's a different role than a Mike. Similar could be said about a Sam linebacker, but the Sam linebacker is mostly there to support the run. The will is more a combination, a little bit more of a combination of both. So this guy is a will linebacker with some Mike linebacker football IQ. That's what Wayne Matthews is. So you'll be able to cross-train him, but he's definitely going to probably get more will reps during the Bears camp than middle linebacker reps. It's not going to be enough of those to go around.
Yeah. You're right. They are going to cross-train him, though, because it is good to have another guy available, worst come to worst, if push comes to shove. But yeah.
All right. Any last thoughts about this guy?
Let's go.
Yeah, somebody I'll keep my eye on because, again, with that extended contract, odds are he's going to be around for a while.
We'll see. But this last guy, this is Kyron Hudson, more recently out of Penn State, but he did play with Caleb Williams at USC, which is why he's wearing the USC uniform. This is a big receiver. I don't even know his measurements, but I imagine he's about 208, 205 to 208, about 6'2", 6'3", maybe. But wow, if he makes this team, if he looks up and makes this team, I'm telling you right now, you can argue with me, fuss with me. The closest second that I would give to anybody on this team to having hands anywhere near as good as Kyron Hudson's would be J.P. Richardson.
Oh, nice. Yeah, he's 6'1", 216.
There you go.
23 years old.
There you go.
And he runs a 4.640.
Which is why he got slept on. But boy, this is a fun tape to watch. More so at USC, but even so at Penn State. But this guy's got vacuum cleaners for hands. If it's touching his hands, if it gets to the mitts, he typically comes down with it, man. His hands are incredible, man. Kyron Hudson's hands are incredible. You just put the ball anywhere in his vicinity. I don't know how, but he somehow has the body control, the sense of timing, getting up and getting to the catch point before the defensive back that's on him. But he just has a sense on how to come down with the ball, play in and play out, time after time after time after time. Saw it too many times on this tape to just think it's just, all right, it's just here, it's just there. Nah. Dude has a knack for coming down with the ball in pressure situations, crucial situations. One-on-one, you throw that ball in the 50-50, I'm going to say 85 to 90% of the time, Kyron Hudson's going to come down with that rock. Competitive with the ball in the air, bro. Great body control. And his turn, I watched enough of him to know that he wasn't the same receiver from freshman to where he's at now. He's turned himself into a pretty nice route runner that really understands the art of route running. But he really excels when that ball is in the air. And he's one-on-one with somebody on his hip. He just excels there. He just has a dominance to him that I'm getting this ball. I don't care who you think you are, but I'm coming down with this ball. And time after time after time, Kyron Hudson comes down with the football. Playmaker. That's what it sounds like to me, kids. Trips, what did that sound like to you?
Well, yeah, from that and from, just the brief looking at highlights, he's very adept with moving with the quarterback in the scramble drill. He'll come back to help. And like aforementioned with Matthews in the, 15-yard area, this dude eats because he's a very precise route runner, gets open, but he will still go down the field and is able to, beat coverage, adjust to the ball in the air. I haven't seen a lot of reps of him blocking, but, this is a team, no block, no rock. So that's, a thing. And then the red zone, seems to be where, he can also be of a weapon, So this is the kind of kid that despite, being slow running the 4.6 kids, that's what we're looking at. Because we measure 4.2. If you're not 4.2, you're slow.
That's a little misleading too, man, watching his game speed at times.
Right, because he's got football speed. He's not a track guy. He's not gonna, foot race Xavier Thomas, but he can get open against defenders. And when the ball's in the air, he's like, yo, homie, that's my rock. Back up. Get off me. He's going over one-handed catches, either hand, he's getting bumped and PI'd with. He's fighting through that because he's getting that ball.
Man, Ben Johnson loves offense, though. Had to go find another wide receiver immediately. I don't know if this is the wide receiver for him to find.
No, it's competitive playmaking is what he's looking for. That's what you see on tape.
Because even if this is a developmental piece, this is somebody that will push Maurice Alexander, for the back end of the wide receiver.
The congregation and hear what Trips just said again.
Is he still on the team?
No, let Trips say it again. What you just say, bro?
Yeah. It looks like Kyron Hudson could be a younger version of someone to push Maurice Alexander for, the back end of the wide receiver room.
There you go. Clearing out the deck from the bottom, like I tried to tell y'all.
Well, what I will say again, this guy's also got the exact same contract as Wayne Matthews.
Developmental.
So he's got a 3-year developmental contract, which to me is crazy town. But it's fine. We'll see how well he does against the receivers that are here. If he can be developed into something a little bit better than he is, given the situation, is what it is.
Well, hold on, Kez. Before you get too dismissive, because I hear it in your voice, you're not writing him off because of the contract, but I can hear it where you don't know where he fits.
No, it's I do know where he fits. Go.
But you got Rome Odunze, Luther Burden, Jade Walker, J.P. Richardson, that's 4, Khalif Raymond, Xavier Thomas, that's 6. But then on the back end, the Squirrel White's gone. He retired. So you got Scotty Miller, the veteran guy that they signed for a year, Amari Kelly, the UDFA. Then you have the quote-unquote veteran Maurice Alexander, who has always been more of a practice body or, come in if guys are hurt or need a blow kind of guy. But he is not a spring chicken anymore. Whereas Kyron Hudson seems to be a younger Maurice Alexander with more upside.
Ooh, I was waiting for this, Scrolls. If John Jackson had a third of his talent, he'd still be on the team. This dude is strong.
Yeah, Red Bear said he's a new John Jackson.
Scrolls, I feel that comment, but at the same time, they didn't offer John Jackson no 3-year deal.
Hell no.
You know what I'm saying? Like they brought him in and it was
so this is an upgrade from John Jackson.
League minimum for the time being. Then they brought him back the year after, league minimum. So like that was just to give the young man a couple of bucks, and that's John Jackson's off.
You know who he reminds me of, man? I was watching one time, and sometimes it's just your algorithm starts answering questions for you. Watching his tape. You know who tape popped up right after this?
I do not.
Freaking Sterling Sharp.
Nice.
Take it easy.
And he was not fast at all.
Not at all. That motherfucker probably ran a 4.7.
But if you look at Kyron Hudson, the way his footwork, he gets open. He runs the entire route tree. And something that, I look at when I look at film, it's not only, I'm not looking at every rep. I'm not, psychotic like Nomad and all you other draft Nick fools. I look at the damn highlights. But not only looking at the play of the highlights, the catches, the route running, his movement, but the down and distance. And when do they go to these players? And it's 3rd and long, 4th and whatever, 3rd and whatever, 2nd and whatever, and long. So they're hitting Kyron Hudson in this offense that I'm looking at. He's their go-to guy when they need a play. They're getting him the ball. Man, and these are the guys that Ben Johnson is collecting.
Sterling Sharp ain't running no damn 4.4. I don't care what the clock. I don't know what they
did. 4.4 my ass.
I don't know what they did at his school to get him a 4.4, but they was multiplying, not adding. Shit, they ain't no.
That shit started
never in his career was he a 4.4. He ain't got no game speed that
he
would
was
tell
quick
you
though. He was quick.
What do you? Wow.
None.
People disrespect Sterling Sharp.
Man,
it's not disrespectful that he was slow.
That man run 4.4 and somebody busting caps at his ass. That's it.
He was trying to beat his brother with his bad hips to the dinner table.
I'm no damn 4.4, man. But man, listen, this guy,
I will not have Sterling Sharp slander. That's all I have to say.
I love Sterling Sharp, but this cat
Sterling
here.
Sharp, as much as I hate the Green Bay Packers, I love Sterling Sharp. He's the one thing on that team that I actually appreciate over X amount of years.
He was timed at a 4.44.
I don't believe that.
And there you have that.
11, 202 pounds.
I don't believe it.
And there you have that. Debate has been once again, Nomad, look it up. Debate has been closed.
I'm saying that he didn't time that, but I don't believe he ran no.
But he just he didn't never looked fast like that blazing
speed never indicated no 4.4 speed ever. That's all I'm saying.
Because he was always covered. He just made tough plays.
You might have a guy that runs a 4.8 in a 40-yard dash during a combine that I look at his tape and I'll argue you until your face is blue that this ain't no 4.8 guy because his football speed indicates something different. Now I'm telling you, look at even if he did run a 4.4, I never saw 4.4 when I was watching Sterling Sharp ever. Not once. And I love Sterling Sharp, but I can't tell you I saw 4.4 speed ever.
Not excuse me, I'm sorry. FYI, the Bears will host the Kiddies week 17. NFL schedule leakage.
Towards the end of the season, hopefully Detroit's out of the conversation by then, so that's perfect.
All right, let's finish this breakdown on Kyron Hudson.
Yeah, Kyron, I think he's your new depth piece in development, that we're gonna be seeing
I agree with you,
around on the practice squad or on game days if the wide receiver room is depleted for some reason. Mr. Hudson, your table is ready.
So Mo Alexander's been with us for how long? Like any idea how old he is? Just off the top of your head?
Top of the head, no, but I'll look it up.
25, 26, maybe 27 at the tops. He's young.
Wow. You're probably closer with 27.
Let me finish telling you the thing that slowly gets to you while you're watching Kyron.
29.
Yeah. So
let me finish the breakdown, please. Sorry. Talking about Kyron Hudson. The thing about him is you slowly come to the realization as you're watching like routes, like as the ball is in the air and he knows the ball is in the air, and the corner is slowly realizing the ball is in the air. And sometimes you can see a guy get muscled completely out of the play by way of the cornerback just being a little bit more physical with you than the next guy. And guys just could not move him when the ball was in the air. This guy has great physical presence when the ball is in the air. It's like he's like a brick wall. When he's on that ball, when he's got sight on that ball, there's no moving him. Your only hope is to get in the air and get to the catch point before him. I'm telling you, he is strong. I mean, like country strong.
The hands, what do you call those? Pick up a watermelon with one hand type strong hands.
Man.
And Mo Alexander's 29, 5'10", 172. So Kyron Hudson is taller, has more beef on the body, and he's 7 years younger.
So
6 years younger.
The thing about the 7 years of age, if you will, odds are Mo Alexander would be getting into that area where you can't put him on the practice squad anymore if he's towards the bottom end of that depth chart. So I think you probably kind of nailed it here. It's smarter for them to have a developmental piece as opposed to a veteran that you actually have to pay that's still going to likely wind up either being either commanding a salary or falling off, right? Because you can't stash him on the practice squad anymore. This is a guy you could stash on the practice squad and develop over the course of the next couple of years, given a 3-year league minimum deal. So it makes a bit more sense when you look at that Mo Alexander situation. Unfortunate for Mo, but just the realities of football business.
I think he's a nice piece, man. I think he's a slept-on piece that, watching his tape, we had a couple guys. I was very impressed with Kyron Hudson. I mean, very. I mean, I just don't think anymore that we can consider some of these guys that are brought in as UDFAs or in for a tryout. That's what he was brought in for, was for a tryout. And he made it through rookie camp and got signed to a 3-year contract. That could be, I guess you can fudge that if you were looking at him as a developmental piece to try to keep him on the practice squad, and that can help, some other team to sign him easy. I don't know, man, but all I know is what I saw on tape. I'll let people that deal with that kind of stuff deal with that. I'm no expert in it. What I'm an expert in is looking at the film and knowing exactly what we're dealing with here in Chicago. And I just gave it to you. We just gave it to you.
Well, that's the thing, though. Looking at that, Nomad, when you look at like the veteran Radigan, the linebacker per se, versus the UDFA Matthews, you look at the veteran in Alexander versus the UDFA of Hudson, but we are not throwing limitations on players, or this is a camp body, or we won't see much of him. We can't do that shit no more, because this coaching staff is looking for players. And if those players produce, be like, oh yeah, this guy, this young linebacker, he was, carted off the field late in the season, but he came back, signed a UDFA agreement. Now he's, a starter, or, they work their way up. And this coaching staff, if they can develop the way that we've seen them develop, and that we hope they can continue to develop, they're getting the pieces that they want with the traits that Nomad are describing, where they see how they fit in their vision of what they want their offense under Ben Johnson, or the defense under Dennis Allen to look like, how they want those pieces to be interchangeable or have the variation to disguise what they're doing, and have the aptitude and the brain power to process where they need to be, the plays, or what they need to know, and the physical ability to achieve that. So as Ryan Poles is bringing in all these names that we may not know who they are, just see how this coaching staff makes them fit before you write anybody off, is long story short.
There, and to your point, Trips, there's a guy on the team that we just acquired who's a veteran, is 31 years old. His name is Khalif Raymond, who was one of these guys at one point. And over time, given opportunities, has made a name for himself. And so, got to have the ability to see around the corner a little bit, and there's some talent they brought. And I've said this at the beginning, and I remember when I said it the first time, that I don't think anybody really saw it that way, but I do think after the conversation that we had on the show about a week or two ago, I think people are starting to see what I was talking about. But I do think that the Bears were okay for the most part, and I say for the most part kind of lightly, with the top end of the roster on both sides of the ball. But more so on the defensive side of the ball, they were less impressed with the top end of the roster. However, I do think everything that they did, minus the Dillon Thieneman pick, was for depth, so they can be more comfortable with the bodies they have underneath the top end of the roster. And so I don't think you can, put that conversation to the wayside and understand exactly what they're doing right now. I think that's in the thick of what they're doing right now, making sure the depth is right.
Well, you know what depth is? Future starters with development.
Mm-hmm.
Not right. every draft picker is going to be a come in, start day one, play one. Some guys are going to be drafted later, some are going to be FAs, and we won't see them, until next season. Look at the UDFAs from last season that we still haven't seen on the field that people are still high on. We've seen the name JP Richardson come up in the chat. and how they remember he was a dog, but just needed to get in the weight room, to mature and develop a little bit, which he's been doing. Jade Walker, he's been in every video with Caleb Williams in off season, working out with him, catching the ball, UDFA, all up and down the roster. So these guys are progressing. Dominique Hampton, the linebacker / safety, we don't really know, but he's been on the roster developing. And so these names, these young fellas that we've written off are going to make contributions. I will guarantee that.
Well, they are leaning on coaching, or let me rephrase it, leaning into coaching, right? So given the depth case scenario that you're talking about, odds are they're going to look at these, at these depth pieces and train them up with potential of starting down the road. That makes sense to me. We went through a lot of attrition last year. Again, makes a lot of injury, a lot of attrition. It makes sense to have those guys schooled up, trained up, and more or less ready to go as you grow as a team. Last thing for me to say is that, to me, looks like you are aiming for a 2027 Super Bowl berth. Like, that's what it looks like to me. Just say that out loud.
Hey, man. Listen, Cornell Bryan says, hey, damn, Nomad, the whole Bear schedule just leaked, but I keep my mouth closed.
Well,
they probably got more to say about the schedule than I do. I don't give a shit.
It's still not supposed to be out till tomorrow, but the ships are sinking all over the place because the Bears will host the New Orleans Saints Week 11 at 12 p.m.
All right. I'll tell you what, because we do got to finish this thing in a certain amount of time. Trips, we in your territory right now because we're going to start something. It's going to be very informative. Give me a second. Pulling it up. All right, Trish, before you take off here, I just wanted to ask you guys in the chat, and you guys, you two kids and Trips. Recently, now, I've seen this more recently than I've ever seen it ever. And this a website funded by the government, given to us by the government, called ready.gov. Now, I have YouTube TV, and that might be the reason why I'm seeing some of this stuff, because they have something going on with YouTube TV, whatever. But I've seen commercials doing shows that I watch called ready.gov, and it's all about preparedness. More than I have ever seen anything like this. I mean, it is constant too. So give me a thumbs up in the chat if anybody's seen that. If you got YouTube TV, you've been seeing it. I just want to know. But they're intentional about ready.gov and having people prepare. And I think the totality of everything that we talk about on the show that ain't Chicago Bears football has something to do with that emphasis on it right now. But I just wanted to throw that out there. And if anybody has seen that and noticed that, give me a thumbs up. But Trip, this is some of the information I got with that.
All right. Yeah. All right. We got make a plan. All right. Number 1 of 7 of this plan outline. Meet with your family. Get together. Or sit down. Have those uncomfortable conversations. 2, assess your household needs. Be honest. Be fair. We need to have more duct tape. We need to have more supplies of whatever they are of your list. Number 3, document your plan. Write that shit down. Have it posted in a common area, like they used to have the 10 Commandments on the wall at school. this is what we do in this situation. Number 4, practice your plan. Dry run. That means run drills. You have fire drills in school. Nowadays they have, active shooter drills in school. We didn't have those back then. That's a new generation problem. But you run drills on if there's a fire in your house in the basement, how do you evacuate? If the fire is in the upper room, how do you evacuate? So plan for different scenarios of where the emergency is, so you have backup plans on how to egress.
Well, just do me a favor. Just read them off, then we'll drill them down as afterwards.
Okay. Number 5, know evacuation routes. Number 6, locate help centers. Number 7, plan ahead for medications.
So jump on what you really.
All right. So the evacuation routes, when you have the plan written down, you have like evacuation route A, you have route B, route C. So you have options. And so those routes, you've practiced all of those different scenarios and routes. Locate help centers. So depending on what the situation is, what the emergency is, help centers may not be available readily. It may take time for them to be set up if they are. If you get to a certain location, how will you communicate that with other family members that are not there? Because remember, if something goes down, you may not have cell phones, so you don't have comms like that, so you can't communicate. So you have to rely on your plan that you've documented, written down, and practice. And 7, plan ahead for medications. If you can't afford, like, let's say, if you take medications, you can't afford to get a whole new bottle or dose, whatever it is, at one time. If you just have to ration your shit out, unfortunately, so instead of taking, a pill every day, every third day you take that and set it to the side for your emergency stash, so you're not messing with your medication too much, but you are putting some away for emergency purposes. If you can't, get a new prescription or afford a new prescription right now for a backup, dosage or, 90-day supply or whatever it is. So start rationing a little bit here and there, and make sure whatever you are putting your medication in, that it's waterproof and weatherproof, so you don't dissolve it or destroy it if you have to go through weather or flood or tornado or anything wet. So plan for that stuff, dry seal, vacuum seal, all that stuff. So you put this together, you have your go bags that we've discussed before. You can check out those shorts that are out there. And every member of the family needs to know this stuff, understand it, why you're doing it. Don't be afraid of it. Don't get anxious about it, but just say, hey, this is what it is. Whether it be a outside situation, like a war or bombs or drone attack or grid failure, or interior issue like somebody's breaking in, or you're having an emergency like a fire or something like that. So make a plan and stick to it and know it.
Well, let me drill down on a couple things here real quick. Why you should meet with your family, and this is, and kids, hopefully you won't mind me using your family as an age group reference.
Sure.
Because he's got younger adults that frequent his home, and that's why you have that meeting. And they're on a different frequency than kids. They see the world completely different than he does, and that's why you do it. They're gonna look at him like a lame, you tripping dad. You what? I got other things on my mind. I ain't thinking about none of this shit. But you have to at least make the attempt, put it on their minds. In this scenario, you have to, because things happen. Things happen, and so you meet with them and you give them, like, say for those kids that he has, they're not kids, they're adults, but have the conversation lightly. and then reapproach the conversation again at some point. That would be my tact to go about that. You know what I mean? But do sit down and meet. You might have a different age group in your home, but they don't know unless you explain to them how this thing works, which is why documenting the plan is important too. Putting it up, like you said, like Trip said, like a fire drill you might have in school. So when things actually happen, let's just say something exploded very close to the house and somebody's house across the street got lit up, a few houses got lit up. How do you respond to it when everybody's going crazy? Don't forget the instructions on the wall. Go look at it. That's what we're doing. And so, as crazy as this sounds, it's very pragmatic. Very pragmatic. And I thought it was ridiculous when I first got my hands on some of this information. It's like, how's this going to work for a bunch of kids around your house or a bunch of semi-adults around your house? Nobody's listening. But guess what? When they're scared, every goddamn body's listening. I promise you that. I promise you that. I've experienced that a couple times in my life, that nobody's listening to everybody's afraid. And now they want to look to adults for guidance. That's the way it is. Just remember, you're the leader and you have to kind of shepherd them through this shit. Unfortunately.
Well, yeah. What if you may be the mama, you may not be the mama, not the daddy, not the mama. You may be the youngest one, but if you are a member of a family and you love your family, you got to herd them together and get them to open their eyes and realize and recognize and understand and accept however you got to do it. Make it fun, make it exciting, make it scary. You know your family. You know how to communicate with them. You know how to push their buttons because we do it for fun anyway. Just to needle them, bust their balls, if you will. But in a situation where you're trying to convey serious life-saving information, you got to be able to communicate that, because we all know we got those relatives that are, into the tree hugging stuff. We got them into the space stuff. We got them in everything, but maybe not real world emergency making a plan stuff. So if that's you, take the bull by the horns and get your family on that same page, literally the escape plan page.
This is an interesting one. I just could never see myself sitting down with my family and really planning stuff like this out. I'll just be completely frank. Now, the flip side of that is the four of us are all better under pressure. And these are very dynamic situations that you're sort of talking about. And I'll give one example of how dynamic shit gets when shit hits the fan. Just the routes alone. Now, you can plan your routes, but if everybody's trying to leave at the same time, traffic's going to fuck up all those routes.
Mm-hmm.
And there's nothing you can do about it. You can have your plan's awesome. You know exactly how to get out of your area in general status. And you can go and test that out. You can go, hit those routes in a dry run, practice it, plan it. But when shit actually hits the fan and that traffic is legit and real, ain't nothing you can really do about that. So I'd spend a lot more time, and it's just me thinking on my feet. Planning ahead for medications is a brilliant addition here, because that's just one of those things that if you don't happen to have a little bit of a stockpile of, you're ass out, right? And when situations become dynamic.
But here's the thing, though, Kez, that you brought that up medically. Think about family members that have special medical needs.
Yeah,
exactly.
No. I'm saying
not just medications, but in a wheelchair.
Mm-hmm.
Quadriplegics, paraplegics, people on dialysis.
Yeah.
That require those infusions regularly. people on with the sugar. You know, they got to take the insulin. That has to be refrigerated. You know, it has to be kept somewhat fresh. So those special medical needs are something that will need special attention.
So, man, I'm just thinking about all that as a whole, and unfortunately, like, those are people who are probably gonna
Like the bullet first.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm trying not to say it like that, but that's just that's kind of how she works, man.
It could be somebody. You see, the reason why that's the wrong way of thinking about it is because it doesn't have to be somebody that has some kind of physical handicap that bites that thing. For it can be somebody that's out of shape. You know what I mean? You can just be physically out of shape and just not where you need to be to avoid whatever calamity that's coming towards you, and you could be that person.
Here's a question for you. We all ride elevators. What if the elevator, stopped between floors and you got to jump up a foot to reach the ledge above to, get pulled up? Are you able to get a foot off the ground with your 40? What, going up? 40 vertical? You know what I mean? It's little stuff like that. It's not slam dunking a ball, but just to be able to lift your body weight up enough in case of, you got to get up, because of that situation, whatever it may be. If you have to run, because of a drone is falling out of the sky and it's like, oh shit, that's coming down right on me. And I got to clear 50 feet in the next 10 seconds. You know what I'm saying? Can you haul your ass away enough to avoid this falling object? What kind of physical attributes do you have to help yourself in an emergency situation?
Yeah, man. It's
all,
like
all of that stuff you just described, unfortunately, they're not really tenable situations, which is why, if you can, like, the one thing that we did learn from COVID, and somebody brought it up in the chat, I don't know what they were saying, but I'm looking at it a little bit different. What you kind of learned is you can hunker down, under normal pretenses. You should be able to hunker down in your spot and get what you need, stockpile what your requirements are, and take care of business where you're at. If you are in any event, that diabetic, that guy who requires dialysis or whatever, being where you're at is probably your best bet. It would also set you in a situation where you're going to avoid that traffic. You can wait till traffic dies down and then make your escape more effective. If you're out of shape, unfortunately, you're ass out. So you probably want to stay where you are not only welcome, not only comfortable, but where you can get, effective access to the level of care and comfort that you may need. Don't get all squirrely and jump in your car and try and be out unless you have to be out.
So this whole
know
thing,
where you're going.
This whole thing here, this graphic is about information. So one thing that hasn't been put on this graphic is find you a local geographic map. Number one, if you can find you one somewhere, if you can print you one somewhere out, use Google Maps, whatever it is that you need to do to get you a local geographic map out of the area. The help centers thing, it's nice to know where those things are, even though they might not be applicable given the situation. It's nice to know where it is anyway, because you never know what you might find in that region. It could be a lot of reasons to know. Don't leave that part out. But it's just go ahead.
Well, to go on with that, as far as the maps go, in this day and age, we are all very dependent on apps, not maps, but apps.
Mm-hmm.
And a suggestion would be to, like back in the day when we had MapQuest and we had to print out the goddamn directions because we didn't have the actual GPS. Do a MapQuest now, but MapQuest different escape routes out of the city, or to your rally point location to wherever you're going to meet, and you make that location someplace that's not a popular, meeting spot where everybody's going to meet there, or that's where a lot of people are going to be. You want to kind of do it off the beaten path, but you all can get there, and then you meet up there. But you want to have them actually on laminated 3x5 cards, and then a family game night. Part of the game night is the drilling and practicing of your plan, because you're going to go over those cards and go, all right, we want to escape south of the city. Where are we going to rally at, rendezvous at? And then you all go around and you've read your cards and you test each other, and you make it into like somewhat of a game, even though it's not a game, but you kind of take the fear away from it to where it's kind of like just becomes second nature and routine, that you're not fearing it. It's like, oh, if some shit goes down, yeah, we got to meet over there. And it's like, oh no, it's like, oh shit, it's going down. What are we gonna do? It's like, oh yeah, we already know. We meet over there. Now it may take a while to focus on that and get that, but make it part of your routine. Don't make it, we met one time, we drilled it, and we put it up on a wall. We never spoke on it again. Nah, you got to practice this shit, once a month. You got to reevaluate all your rations and your go bag. Make sure that's good to go. You top off anything that needs to be, and you always are ready to go. It's a sad thing that we have to do in this day and age, but if you want to continue to survive, you do what you gotta.
Scrolls is throwing out some dimes, man. I'm gonna read this one. He says you also need a compass in that situation. Maps will only take you down roads that are probably either won't be open or riddled with bandits. Very important.
That's when knowing the topography of your area. Are there hills? Are there mountains? Are there trees? Know how to read that on the map. Know how to avoid the roads and the crossroads and the checkpoints. Know how to have the physical ability, if you got to walk through the woods, or forest to avoid a highway, you got to walk through the trees. So have those plans for, you can't plan for everything, but you can plan for a lot of things. You can make a game of it. It's like, all right, think of something to plan for that we have not planned for, and have the whole family brain tease. It's like, well, what if this happens? Write it down. Plan for that.
Well, before you go there, Trips, I got a better one for you. This is the last part of it. This is troubleshooting. Now, in the event that, let's say, you always need to plan for, we might have a chance to go back home, and we might be able to rescue the situation at home and refurbish what we have after this is over. If it's a short-lived event. But if you want to, Trips, you can read this off and we'll go from there.
Yeah, all right. Troubleshooting. All right. 1 of 5. 1, purchase a hazmat book. 2, insure properties. Keep copies. Number 3, know your alerts and warnings. Number 4, safeguard critical documents. And number 5, keep medicines cool and dry. Now, number 5, we already touched on about medicines, vacuum sealing them or keeping them in the actual container that are waterproof. Rationing out and siphoning off some of your regular meds just to build a little stockpile. And I think that number 2 and number 4 kind of go hand in hand, because when you insure your properties or your possessions, you want documentation of warranties, of proof of purchase, of any written information that's critical to it, and you want to have that safeguarded in another cool and dry, waterproof type notebook.
I'd like to speak to this real quick.
Yeah.
So the meaning for 2 and 4 is you want a carry-on version of all of that insurance property stuff in case you have to get mobile and get away from there. You want them so you can keep on you in case you have to go back. And the safeguarded critical document stuff, let's say you bought a safe and you put it somewhere and the safe is no longer there, you have those, you basically backloaded yourself, and you got, so if somebody's questioning you, if you're coming back, how do I know this is your property? We're in a disaster area. I've got this in my book bag here.
Right. You got proof of ownership. Have, like, if you got a social security card, birth certificate, have copies of those documents sealed away in your go bag, because even though shit might have gone cattywampus, if everything straightens back out and you have to prove ownership or prove documentation for insurance purposes, you have that stuff, and it's not just gone with wherever your stuff is gone to. And number one here, purchase a hazmat book.
Valuable.
So what's what. What happens if you're walking someplace and you trudge through diesel, containers that have spilled over. If you, get a hose nozzle of gasoline because as somebody was pumping, they sprayed it out and it got all over you. How do you clean that up? How do you sanitize yourself and protect yourself? And Nomad will go more into the hazmat stuff because that's his area. Go ahead.
The thing about a hazmat book is knowing a hazardous materials book is so thorough. It's so thorough until you get your hand on a physical copy of it. You can go online and look at a hazmat book if you want to, but having a physical copy that you can take along with you and just have in case, there's so many signs you may have or may not have seen here or there, so many trucks you may have seen, in travel, that you have no idea what these signs mean. This hazardous material signs, but you didn't know exactly what the hazardous material was. Mm-hmm. Most hazardous materials have signs to them that is nonverbal. It might have some words that come along with it, but you will definitely see that sign, that patch on a truck or in some location near you. If you're anywhere near hazardous materials, it might say blank picture ahead, be careful, something like that, and not give you a description of what it is. Knowing what those hazardous materials are is a whole other game.
And we use it every day and don't know it because of plastics. There are different grades and degrees of plastic. Some you can have food in and eat the food out. Others, if you have the food in a certain type of that plastic, now that food is contaminated because it's not food grade plastic. And there are little symbols on the bottom of every plastic container that tells you what kind of plastic is. But if you don't know, you're not paying attention, you don't know.
You know what? I can do that same.
Hold on, Ken, for 1 second. You know what? And most of the images you'll see are scary looking for a damn reason. It's scary shit that you're about to encounter if you're not careful. But go ahead, kids.
I was just saying, I worked for, at one point, I worked for a manufacturer, like a chemical manufacturer. My job had nothing to do with chemical manufacturing, though. But I had to go through just about all the same training that Scrolls is talking about in the chat. I went through full hazmat training, and I'm like, I'm never gonna use this, y'all. But like, they walked me through the manufacturing plant. I messed with all, like, walked me through the chemical areas. They walked me through the whole place. Facts was, I'm never gonna be here again. You know what I mean? I'm never gonna be in this warehouse area. But that did not prevent them from saying, hey man, you have to do basically 3 days worth of training on all this hazmat stuff, because like, worst come to worst, who knows, you might get messed up in the warehouse if something just spills.
I'll tell you where that can go wrong for you kids. Mm-hmm. If you get a relatively well-paying job in a place that processes sulfur or something like that, you just like, man, this pays well, gives good benefits. This is great. What can go wrong? I'm gonna manage this place and make some money. And you're around processed sulfur every day and not even thinking about, you just worrying about the money. I'm getting paid better than any of these jobs are asking me to get I mean, come on. It's about knowing. It's about knowing. Like, say, for years when I was growing up, it was about asbestos. But there's so many plants that deal with so much crazy toxic stuff. And you just taking a job there to manage the place. You don't have to be directly dealing with said product. But the ramifications as a byproduct of you being there, subsequently, you might be exposed to some shit.
I was in San Francisco a few years back and actually experienced an earthquake. It was like a 4 point something, so it was like a little baby earthquake to them.
Mhm.
But it was enough in the Berkeley Bay Area that it set off some kind of explosion / fire in a local chemical or gas oil processing plant. And so now all of this toxic smoke, is floating around San Fran and the Bay Area.
Damn.
And this is a plant that, has been there for years. And they have the hazmat signs out front. As you pass by, is like, they're telling you what they got. You can see it on the big tankers, the big placards. It's got, whatever this symbol is in there. If you don't know what those symbols are, you don't know what they are. But if you had a hazmat book or that training that tells you, it's like, oh, this rectangle with the skeleton in it, yeah, that's bad.
Yeah.
So it's like, oh, I
There's
want
a
to
bunch
avoid
of
that
different
smoke
variations
doing.
of that one skeleton one. You know what I mean? Like there's a bunch of them.
Like,
And
which
you're right.
skeleton is this?
You're right. Well, what's funny is Nomad's right. Like they're trying to scare your ass for a reason, because all of them skeleton ones will fuck you up if you ain't paying attention. Like they all will. So
But the problem is when it's on fire and it's smoking, you are at the mercy of which direction the wind is blowing.
Yeah, if you
because
inhale
your escape plan, if something happens, is to the east. But now the wind is blowing that way and it's all shut down and you can't go that direction.
Yeah.
Because not because it's blocked off, but because it's unhealthy. Because the wind's blowing that way. So it's like, all right, we can't you have to tell yourself, you have to plan for and practice. We can't go east because of this natural blockage. So we gotta, have a fallback plan. If we can't go east, then what's the plan? Do we meet at the north location or the west location? So you got to have those contingencies in these situations.
This is this seems like do I really need to do all this? I don't know how many people are actually plugged into current events and are paying attention to some of how things are trending. And if you are plugged into current events and you can see the way things are trending, and you don't need people to explain things to you, that means you're coherent and that means you're tuned in. That's what that means. Anybody that's thinking about this day and time in a nonchalant way, like whatever, let that person keep thinking like that. You can't do nothing about that individual. Nothing. You can't help them. You cannot deter them from thinking that way. They are already wrapped in a certain way, and they just won't see the world in that way just because it's uncomfortable for them to think about, and that causes them strife. And so just let those people go. Let those people go. It's best, and whether it's family or friends, doesn't matter.
And the bad part is, Nomad, is if it came down to a situation where it's like, I care about this person, whether it be a family or friend, but y'all not opening your eyes and realizing and recognizing. So when the shit hits the fan, I tried to warn you, but basically you voted for this, so that's on you. But they will be the very first ones to be banging at your door talking about, why won't you help me? Why you hating on me? Why won't you, take care of me? And it's like, dude, I've been telling you for years, this shit is coming. But now when the shit's here, it's my fault that you're not prepared, and it's my fault that I'm not helping you. Fuck you.
You know what, Trips? People will, I'm going to say it the right way, they will splain your ass to death. and I mean explain you. They know everything about the goddamn world. They know how this shit's working. And none of anything outside of how they think the world is going is irrelevant because they know everything. And so people like that, I let's just say I still have a heart for anybody, but those are the people I'm just like, man, if you don't hurry up and start seeing things differently, you're gonna be a victim.
Fuck you with love.
All that, but listen, man, we got to keep going. We got to keep going, and this next part is very informative, and we're gonna have to be kind of short with it. And I hate to be like that because we're running up against time, but I think you guys are gonna enjoy it. But we'll get to it right now. Give me a second. Let me pull this intro up. So before we get started in this conversation, I just want to say I apologize for the people that came here last week for the 12 missing aerospace scientists, nuclear scientists, government scientists, all the people, and even government personnel that are missing. I apologize for people that came for that last week and came for it this week because this information I'm about to give you supersedes it. And in a way, it still leads into the conversation. But if one of you guys want to read this, just to be a narrator here, it'd be great.
Sure, I got it. War.gov. The Department of War, war.gov/UFO, released an initial tranche of 162 classified records featuring 120 PDF documents, 28 video files, and 14 images. Highlights include Apollo-era footage, a 2024 star-shaped object video from Kazakhstan, and in 2023, an Aegean Sea military reports of an object making a 90-degree turn.
I should have said objects. I messed up on that, but thank you for that. That was great, kids.
Mm-hmm.
Now we've gone past what Nomad and everybody else on the channel is speculating and things that we've been seeing. Now the government, and I'll be honest with you, this first tranche of information ain't a whole lot eye-popping here because some of the stuff, to be honest with you, we've seen on the show. We've seen some of it on the show. And so now we've moved past whether or not, oh, Nomad, you're a conspiracy theorist, and we moved past that now. They are releasing, and there's more to come, according to them. Even though I think of this release as a bullshit tranche of documents, I think it was there to kind of curve the narrative in the media about this administration, and I think it's conveniently placed. Now, I'm not discrediting any of the information given, but I think it was a deterrent, to be honest with you. I don't think very much of this stuff because of what I've already seen. We've already seen some of it. It's some of the stuff that's kind of new, but we've seen some of it on the show, be quite frank with you. But let me shut up for a second. And what do you think about them releasing this information? No matter how much of it you know about, but just tell me what you think about it.
I think the worst things. It's mighty convenient to send this type of stuff out right now, just given the state of the planet. You know what I mean? Like this could not This could not be poor. Like, it could not be worse timed.
Well, yeah, granted, if it was made to be a distraction, there's just a whole lot of nothing to distract though. I
That
mean,
is
just
true.
more blurry, blurry radar images or hazy pictures, or there's like no government data. It's like, oh, we came across this object. There's no scientific autopsies of aliens. There's nothing that says, hey, we're the government, here's what we've researched and found about anything. There's just more
Speculative stuff. Nothing's concrete. I'm looking at a bunch of it right now. It's
There
very
is now. I will tell you this. I'm just going to tell you what I watch a lot of stuff, man, and I'll tell you what's really what ties it all together for me. 2026. I'm talking about in a collective information kind of way. I'm explaining it to you. Is apparently the year of disclosure, where we admit that there's life beyond us. And apparently, you can find out more information in some of the 2001 footage than you can find in this tranche of information right here. This stuff that happened in 2001 that is really breathtaking, and it kind of went by wayside because people were focused on other things. Now, I'll say that as a side note. I would say this 2026 is a year of we'll get this out in the open and let people start getting their minds wrapped around the idea that there's life beyond us. That's what I am starting to understand. And I'm led to believe that in the year 2027 is where we'll see physical representation of some of that life beyond us. Now, that's just me and what I've been gathering. That's just what I think. I believe that. Now, I don't know about you guys, but it makes sense to me that they're kind of powder puffing this thing right now.
I've said this before, I'll say it again. I just don't trust the government as a general statement to make out loud, whether we're talking about this stuff or other stuff. And if they're saying, hey, all of a sudden this stuff is stuff that we have to show you. They've been sitting on this stuff for God knows how long, and they determined that these are the images that they wanted to release. Like, it's the worst shit, man. I don't even know what to say. It for me personally, this is just more par for the course, divisionary bullshit that will keep folks from talking about the fact that their gas costs way more than this shit.
Hey, kids, let me tell you something. You know that the world is effed up when you can go to social media after something like this has come out, and you see more conversations about Meg the Stallion, and goddamn Klay Thompson than who went to the Met Gala? Nobody give a. People are that.
Well, no, obviously they do.
Preoccupied with what's going on in other people's lives than they are in their own goddamn life.
Then
we talked about earlier, listening to the radio when it was like that was the only source of not entertainment but news and information. We just had that the Artemis space thing with the 3 passengers went around the moon and came back in a couple weeks. And that was a huge scientific breakthrough for, space travel and all kind of stuff. And it was, barely a blip on the news. It's like, oh, you went around the moon and came back? Yeah, exciting as shit. But Megan, they hit, you know what I'm saying? The salaciousness of the National Enquirer, is more interesting than actual science and shit that's real. But as far as like this war UFO release thing, it's just more of the same of like a whole bunch of nothing. You know, so it's like, yeah, more distractions for up in the stars from the shit that's going on here on the planet. But you know, there's the TR-808, wasn't that supposed to be here by now? And then there's some asteroid that's passing between the Earth and the moon sometime this week or some shit. It's like, I don't know, but ain't nothing. It's like, hey, Nanu, aliens, Alf, does he really eat cats? We got nothing. We just got, hey, look, you see that right there? That might be a UFO. Where? Right there, behind that grainy cloud.
You know what you got? You got, and Scrolls just kind of put the icing on the cake. This ain't bullshit. It's just conveniently being used in a time where everybody's distracted. He's right. Even the Vatican admitted to alien life, which goes against everything in the Bible.
See, I don't understand that. Why?
You don't.
This is one planet. This is one third rock from the sun. Of all of these other planets out in this heavenly bodies, why would one deity give one shit about this one little marble to have all of this control and lord over, and there not be any other life any place on any of these other planets? That's arrogant as fuck to say, for a religion. It's like, nope, we're the special ones, we're the only ones. This deity is the only deity, and this is the only planet it looks out for, and especially with this flag that we represent under that, that's the only one. Oh, other planets, other life forms, blasphemy.
Well, don't stray into that territory, man, because guess what, man? This was a convenient. I just, what I don't appreciate about it is why it's being put out. It's not that somebody in this administration was a pile of shit in this administration cares about whether we know or not. It's just the pressure they were feeling about everything that they've been doing and costing us that live in the society, and they needed a distraction from it. What better distraction can you throw out there? And they used the wrong, it was a nothing burger. When I tell you nobody really outside of the people that are locked in, it was a nothing burger to everybody else. But let me just tell you, on its face, given that explanation, don't ever forget that they just gave you, they declassified things and showed you that this ain't bullshit that people are out here talking about. This is real. Now, we just use it as a tool, but it is absolutely real. And they're letting you know. And I know that there's way more to come, because some of the people connected to the declassification of the material are saying so. Like, this is nothing. This is nothing compared to what they're going to release.
Well, like Red Baron is saying, trips, they're not from other planets. They're from here. They've always been here.
Yes.
Okay.
They've been part of the development of humankind and man. There's two different things.
Yeah.
There's
I'm not saying it's not true. I'm not saying it's true. I'm just saying I really don't give a shit, because there is no definition. I've always been a not a Matt Nagy why guy, but a why guy. I want to understand whys and whats. And there is nothing that can definitively say aliens or space or, from the inside of this planet. There is nothing that is concrete. There's like, oh yeah, there it is right there. This is what it is. There's a lot of speculation. There's a lot of innuendo. There's a lot of, well, if you look at this and put that there, yeah, it's like, I ain't got time for all that. So until some alien comes down and says either, hey, you look delicious, or hey, come to my planet, and we would like your knowledge, or take me to your leader. Until that day happens, whatever. Because you know what? There are people out here now on Earth with video cameras trying to poke the bear. You minding your business and somebody's trying to poke you to get a reaction.
I'll
That's
tell you,
real
so,
shit right here
I'll tell you
nowadays.
one
Deal
thing.
with.
I'll tell you one thing, Trips, that you ought not just thumb your nose at is control. Number one, just remember that word while I take you into the weeds a little bit. There's no way to control a world population. And I'm talking about on the strength of governments across the board.
What?
Well, hold on, let me finish. You can't refute what I'm saying without hearing what I have to say.
Okay.
Without there being at least a general connection to them all. And so governments in particular have to have people in the front of their governments that are connected in some kind of way to maintain a certain layer of secrecy. Because you can't control societies for this long without having that aspect being there. Number one, and who knows exactly who or what those people are? If in fact these extraterrestrials are people that have been a part of human civilization forever, or have been involved, who's not to say that they've not been chosen and picked to be a part of what we've been going through this whole time carefully? And so I wouldn't thumb my nose at any of it, because all I know is what I see, but I can feel as well. And I know this, you can't get to a certain level in society without having some kind of knowledge of something and connected to something. And there's definitely some things that we don't know. Definitely some things that we don't know. As citizens, we just don't.
So I'm going to refute a little bit of what you're saying here, because controlling society is it's kind of easy. So we're going to go back to our conversation behind the scenes before the show started, which is the radio. Radio potentially is a modicum of control, because what you can do is you can broadcast thought to a select area of people. You can then do the exact same thing to another select area of people. And you can control those thoughts, as in what is being broadcast. And that's at the radio level, which means it's more or less localized in a select area, right? We are so far fucking beyond the radio at this point that controlling the entire planet is easy. We're literally on the control modicum right now. You can pump this the internet itself in scope is the greatest mind, huh?
It was never easy. None of it.
Of course it was. No. All that you need, of course it was. All that
it was ever easy. They've gone out of their way, and there's always been strong ass individual personalities that saw through any of it. It's never been easy. They've been ruthless about suppressing the real.
No, it was easy, bro. And when I say it was easy, all that it took was a certain amount of money. That's check number one. The next thing that you need is a reason for doing it, which is hoarding the resources which come from the money. Check. There's check number two. And you need to have people in different locations that have the exact same general purpose, which is keeping more money and hoarding more resources. It's so simple. So now each of those localized areas that we're talking about, again, in the radio aspect, have their own delegated leaders, if you will, who are in place to ensure that the status quo is kept. The status quo that is being pushed down by the folks who are hoarding all the money and the resources. It's actually super easy if you really break it down and you look at it at the radio level. Yeah. Now multiply that out by the internet across the world, and you can control the whole fucking planet.
But it's easier, kids. It's easier. Hold on, Nomad. We were talking about Edward R. Murrow, The War of the Worlds, when he had that legendary radio broadcast, which was entertainment. He wrote a script about aliens, but the medium of radio, people listened to it and believed it was actually happening. Whereas the studio audience is seeing, you know, the different actors doing the different voices and seeing the sound effects doing the sound effects. So the studio audience knew that it was not real, but people listening believed that shit, and a panic ensued until the government had to come out and say, hey,
It's a play.
it was a radio show, people.
Yeah.
Chill. But you don't think people heard that and was like, huh, how many people thought that was real? And that they've built on that, and now we have the social medias and we have the AI propaganda and the bots, you know, that are posing as one thing when they're really something else. And so they're confusing, they're misguiding, and the three conversations or three topics of conversations that we are never supposed to talk about: sex, religion, and politics. And all three of those ways are the main means of control of people. And so you throw those in with now the updated paranoia and group panic of the internet, control is easy as fuck.
Hey, and on top of that, kids, let me help you out with something else as an example. There's this thing called the stock market led by Wall Street, right? Very successful, right? Before it was booming as successful as it is right now, there's this thing called Black Wall Street, thriving in the belly of a town here in the United States. Because it was so easy, they didn't have to do anything to that booming, thriving community at all.
Tulsa, Oklahoma.
They just let it live because it's easy. It's not easy. It's called Black Wall Street. Got burned to the ground.
And that's how they control. That's how they controlled it. What are you saying? They controlled it by destroying it.
Okay,
that's an easy way to control.
Misunderstanding the point.
No, it's refuting your point because you
don't have to refute. It's just a fact. It's not easy.
No, it is. It's easy to control.
How many people went to jail for that? None.
They shut the whole thing down, burned it to the ground. It doesn't exist anymore. If Black Wall Street was in place today, then
if it was easy,
that it would not be easy.
If it was easy,
manipulate and control.
They would have had a need to do that. If it was easy, would they ever would have had a need to do that?
Of course, because they didn't foresee or Black Wall Street is unfortunately a little bit further back. That's basically in the beginning of radio days. And again, we're talking about localized case scenario. So in a localized case scenario, these guys start to thrive. And when that society it begins to thrive and bleed out beyond that local area, that radio pocket, if you will, that radio coverage area, other societies start to look at it and go, oh shit, we can't let this go on. We can't let this continue on. We need to shut that shit down.
Takes the ease
before somebody else has a Black Wall Street in New York, or somebody else has one in California. We need to shut that shit down.
The Black Wall Street wasn't the first one, though. Not of where former sharecroppers or just Black people in general came together to create their own thing. There was I can't remember the name of it. Somebody help me out. But there was a town in South Carolina. There was another place in Georgia. And I remember the one in Georgia specifically because they turned it into a lake.
Yep.
So there's a lake in Georgia that used to be a Black town.
Lake Lanier.
Thank you. And Black Wall Street was Tulsa, Oklahoma. So those communities of Black people progressed. They did their own thing. They had their own commerce. You know, they were doing their thing, but jealousy, envy, hate, lust, and just devil mentality couldn't have that. So, you know, the Klan and you know, that kind of mentality, the Rebs, you know, the South, if you will, you know, they burn that shit down because they couldn't have those examples of quote unquote, you know, the lesser of the darkies, the lesser of the race, you know, being successful when they were still wearing overalls and, you know, fucking their cousins, you know, but now
easy now.
Well, it's the truth.
Come on now. Come on now.
But
We
well, tell me the
on
lie.
YouTube, man.
Okay, but it is still the truth. But now, and then you look at today in 2026, when the actual Supreme Court, many of the majority have that same mentality, that devil mentality, if you will, have made the voting laws, gerrymandering, and all that shit. So the same states that we're talking about that got rid of these prosperous black towns are the same ones now that are getting rid of the black vote in 2026. So the racism that was prevalent back then is alive and well today. And we see the videos of, who is it, Lane Kiffin, the coach at LSU, who was the former coach at Ole Miss, talking about the racism at Ole Miss, but he is still coaching at LSU, who is still Louisiana and still racist, but maybe not as racist as Ole Miss. And then you got the video of the Ole Miss students, calling everybody the N-word and all that stuff, monkeys and all that. So the prevalence of keeping a society down and controlling them from the radio days to the days of when black people had their own thing to 2026 today is still here, and it's still about control.
Well, before we stray off into a whole other conversation, let's stick to the topic that's on the screen right now.
Oh yeah, well, I got nothing else for that because like the stuff I'm talking about, the 2026 and the black people and the resurgence of the Confederacy, that's some shit right here, right now that we need to deal with. Whereas this speculation about, oh, this dot might be that, or these people or these beings might have been here since the creation. Yeah, until you got some actual facts, get back to me. But today we got to deal with this shit.
Let me rope this thing together, Trips. Calm down. Let me rope this thing together. The release of it and the information that you see on the screen led kids to, I'm just telling people how we got here, led kids to talk about this thing of control. It was based off of, he responded to something that I said. And he got into how easy it is to control a populace. And we started responding in a way that led to a conversation about race. And that conversation came about because I brought up the fact that it's never been easy. It's always been resistance. It's been always situations and moments of, no, you can't control everything because we don't like what you're doing. You've always tried to hold us down, and we're going to do this. And that all fits into the narrative of the reason why this information is being leaked now. All of it. Everything that we just got through saying fits into everything and the reason why this has been leaked now. And it goes back to what Triple R was just talking about at the ass end of his conversation. When you're doing all this stuff in all these different states, you're doing this, you're doing that, you're trying to reinstitute this Southern heritage.
Jim Crow.
Yeah, you're trying to reinstitute it, and you're trying to use this as a clever distraction to keep us off the trail. And it ain't gonna work. It ain't gonna work. It never will work. And you've been fighting. That's why it's not easy. It's never been easy. But to wrap up this conversation about this, because we do have a review to do, whether it be music or whether it be a movie. This is important for the simple fact that at least there's an admittance of it actually being in existence. Triple R, whether you agree with, whether you'll believe it when you can touch one, I get that. But it's out there and people should know about it. This is the information. If you want to know exactly what's there, you go to the very top of this graphic. It's war.gov/UFO and go see for yourself and see what they've been released. A couple of the things.
Hold on, before we go, no, don't get it twisted. I do fully believe that aliens exist. I don't know what they look like. I don't know if they're the Greys. I don't know if they're the serpents. Sure, whatevs. I fully believe it. So it's not speculation, but the speculation comes from these little dots that move funny or light up funny, or or crop circles. It's like, yeah, I don't know what none of that shit is. It's from the aliens, maybe, cool. I'm not saying that aliens don't exist. I believe they do. But until we have actual physical proof and evidence, right here in the face, it's not relevant to life. It's just one of the things I accept. Yeah, sure, aliens exist. Okay, cool. But we still got, the clan to deal with today right here on this planet. Until the aliens come down, and say, hey, I'm going to help you with this clan, or we going to eat all y'all. It's irrelevant about aliens to me because we got some clear and present danger going on right here fucking now.
You clearly let me know that this is a conversation that you really don't care to have, Trips. I get it. And it's just something that I prefer, to talk about because I think it's going to be a prevalent conversation moving forward, and I stand by that, and that's the reason why I insist on doing it, man. Because
hey, question: where's the TR-808?
What?
What was the name of that thing, kids? That's supposed to be the thing in the formation that was coming this way, and it's supposed to be here like now or soon. I forget all about that thing. It's got some numbers in it.
Oh, I don't know what he's talking about, but
really, you did 2 shows on it. Okay. Anyways, I'm closer to Trip on this topic. I am closer to. I don't believe that there's aliens in the capacity that they present it as. I don't. I believe that there is some level of extra
terrestrial.
Yeah, like it's probably it's like the wrong word. It's secondary beings that aren't humans. Like that's what we'll call it. There's definitely some level of that. I don't believe that any of the shit that they're showing us is legitimate or real. I don't believe in the timing that they're showing it. I don't believe in the purpose. Oh, all of a sudden they grew the wherewithal to decide that they want to share this with us, and it's bullshit that they're sharing. None of it adds up in any capacity for me. There's also the advent, and you see it in the chat. There's also the advent of AI that makes all of this stuff so much easier to produce, right? So it's really convenient and surprising to me, but once again, so much easier to control a population with an interconnected World Wide Web than it is to control a population with radio pockets.
Well, either way, man, go to war.gov/UFO if you want to see exactly what they put out there. You want to read the documents. There is literally 162 classified records with 120 literal PDF files. Some of them are just straight screenshotted images, and most of it is from aerial, communications. There was planes in the air, helicopters, whatever it was, seeing these things in restricted areas that they couldn't do anything about. And so it's a lot of stuff out there, and we're going to look forward to exactly what happens and what comes out next. And we'll scrutinize it the way they did tonight, and we'll keep going from there, man. But interesting stuff. Now, before we close the show, let's do something, man. Let's make a decision on whether we want to do a movie review or another music review. Now, just remember, if you want to do the movie, that's great. It's something you guys probably know well. You want to do the music, it's something you guys know well. Just know that. I'll let you guys call
it. Dealer's choice. I'm open. Was it Atlas 44?
It was Atlas something.
Focus now. Let's review, man.
So I went last week. I said music. I'll throw this at you, Trip. What do you want to do?
Oh, fuck's sake! All right, let's go music again. Double up.
All right.
Again, like I said, I think y'all gonna love this one. Y'all probably have more to say about this one than I will. But here it is.
Enter the Wu, 36 Chambers, Wu-Tang Clan, legendary.
Period.
Come on.
I was. Let me just say, and I'll shut up for the remainder of this, but I liked it. But people, it's become such a cult classic. It's like this whole movement has sycophants to it that it's like almost ridiculous watching some of the people and the way they act in response to this record. It's turned into a whole thing. And I'm just like, it was just a record, man.
Come on.
Wow.
But but for those people, more power to you. That's all I got to say about it. Go ahead, man.
Never been a Wu-Tang guy.
Me neither, man.
Wow. Okay.
I like some of the MCs.
Wow.
I like some of the MCs in the group for sure.
Some of the MCs, kids.
Not all of them.
Well, you can't. Yeah, that's fair. There's always you, God. You know what I mean? Like there's a couple.
Come on, you don't like the lyrics from Genius Jizza?
He had one of the best lyrical records I ever heard.
All right, Old Dirty Bastard. You didn't think he came out of left field with his shit?
It's comical, actually.
It's comical.
Sometimes
it is comical. That was,
but it's deep. His lyrics, what he's talking about, is deep. Like Method Man. You not a meth head? Tikal.
I love meth.
All right.
Don't worry about me. Break down the record. We'll talk about me later.
Well, no, but we're talking about the members. RZA.
Jizza, Old Dirty Bastard, Inspector Deck, Raekwon the Chef,
RZA,
God,
Ghost rapping at all,
and the Method Man.
RZA has no business rapping at all. He should shut the F up.
Who? RZA?
Yeah.
Oh Lord. And Jizza is all over the place musically. He's dipping in movies. He's doing soundtracks.
He's a producer, is what he is.
Yeah, that's exactly what he is.
That's why he should shut the F up and make records.
But the way he came with his production, with the influence of the movies, the 36 Chamber, the Shaolin. I came to bring the ruckus, bring the motherfucker. Oh, come on. And
right.
Shame on when you try to write and then you look at the playlist. I'm looking at the playlist, y'all. I'm getting amped. I gotta listen to this when the show goes off tonight, kids. But bring the ruckus.
I'm good with this album. Like, this album is dope, but it leads into some other shit and was led into by other shit.
Cream, cashews, everything around me. Come on.
Yeah, bro. So like, you can't tell the RZA to shut the fuck up. And the reason
I just did it,
I heard you do it, and I'm telling you can't do it. The
reason
being is that the RZA showed up before this album as Prince Raheem and had a rap album rapping and doing all of his production before this album. He was originally an MC. He may not be the best MC in the group, but he was originally that's what he did. His cousin also had a deal being the Jizza. Words from the Geniuses' first album before he dropped Liquid Swords. This is pre Wu-Tang Clan. These two guys again are cousins who are rappers, and a couple of tracks were produced on the Jizza album or the Genius album by RZA. One of those tracks is a track with ODB, Old Dirty Bastard, Jizza, and RZA, again, the three cousins out of the group. And I believe the song's called All In Together Now. That's where they come up with that as a chorus throughout Wu-Tang history, right? That's actually the three cousins. That's where this whole thing falls out of. Unfortunately, the two guys lose their record deals. Kind of go back to the lab with their other cousin who didn't get a record deal, being ODB. And they're watching Five Deadly Venoms, Kung Fu movie with a couple of heads from the projects. They're watching it, and they're like, yo, it'd be dope if we all got together and we did this thing like the Five Deadly Venoms. Each one of us has our own style, and we put this fucking thing together. Who else can we get to really do this thing the right way? And they then bump into Ghostface Killer and Ray. They eventually bump into Meth, who I believe was going to school at the same school as Busta Rhymes. I can't remember the name of the school, but I think
that was the entertainment school, or not entertainment, but for the entertainment kids.
There's like a bunch of rappers who came out of this school, like special ed. There's a bunch of them. Anyhow,
right.
Meth winds up as a part of this crew. You God winds up as a part of the crew. They then invite Ghost and Ray into the crew. Ghost and Ray were doing their own thing. All right, they're doing their own thing outside of the clique. They came together. They decided to put this album together. I got access to the 12-inch of Wu-Tang Clan Ain't Nothing to Fuck With. B-side being METHOD. Man, I got that early, New York, and I brought that here down to Canada, and I was losing my mind. Like I played this for some of my homies here, and I'm like, dog, how did you even find this? What is this? This is insane. And it's just, I don't know how many there were at the time. I think there's 9 of them at the time. Just 9 rappers going crazy.
Right.
And that's all this was 9 rappers going crazy, and they're playing it everywhere. That was all it took to turn this beat, A side and B side into enter the 36 chambers, enter the Wu.
Because now remember, at the time, kids, this was a legendary sound. This sound hadn't existed before because they all came up with it. And you got a whole posse of MCs up there, each with their different sound, but they're coming together. And somebody's saying they're trying too hard with the lyrics. They ain't trying at all with the lyrics. They are basically reflecting their lives, the street, the community at the time. Because you look at, cash rules everything around me. Cream, get the money, dollar bill, y'all. And then that beat drops, and it's, what is it? Cream. Why does cash rule everything around me? Because they're in the hood, in the dope game, and they're breaking down and reflecting what their hood is, what they're seeing. METHOD, man, Meth. He's an entertainer. He's an actor. He's an MC. He is still in the game, still doing movies. Top movies at that. He's comic relief usually, but that's who he is. Tears, a sad reflection on losing people in the hood, family, friends, drugs. The whole, Wu-Tang Clan ain't nothing to F with. This is our crew, y'all. You can't mess with us. And then the sound, it was so unique. It was trend setting at that time that it came out. So if we were around at that time, it was like, oh shit, what is this? Who are these guys? And then over the course of the decades, as each individual member put out their own each individual albums and did their own each individual thing, but can still come back together and do like an oldies tour like they're on now. These are, the Rolling Stones of that generation. These are the Beatles of that generation. For hip hop, Wu-Tang Clan is that transitional group. Now, if you're coming into it after the fact, it may sound, like the old Rolling Stones sound when you come into it now, or the old Beatles sound, because at the time, this was the sound. Now it's been sampled so many goddamn times that it's like, oh yeah, I've heard this before. It's like, no, you didn't when this came out.
Your Beatles comparison is actually super accurate. And why I say that is because, like, the Beatles is one of the first boy bands, for lack of a better thing to call them, to sort of break up and go out and do, 4 layers of solo shit and have it all be kind of banging and popular. I make John Lennon made mad dough, married an Asian girl and came back, did some other stuff. Paul McCartney left, drops Wings, and everybody's like, oh, this is whack. But then there's like 8 tracks on Wings that are killer bangers too. You moved on to Ringo Starr in the future, George Harrison in the future, doing their own things. Very similar with respect to Wu-Tang Clan and how things sort of shook out after the fact. One of the major things about this album, though, one of the major influences on this album, as well as on Snoop Dogg's album, is probably the other album that I would have to put, maybe even just NWA in as well. De La Soul, strangely enough, if you've ever listened to 3 Feet High and Rising. There's like 25 tracks, like tons of tracks on this album, but I'm gonna say maybe 10 of them are just skits. De La Soul's the original
interlude.
You know what I mean? The original interlude album where you just have just a minute or two of just jokes and comedy.
Wait a minute. What year did
I think they're 87, 88. I think that's when
came out. Daisy's, you know, when they was kind of on that tip was like 87.
I think it's 87.
Daisy Age.
Yeah, Daisy Age. Again, a lot of people sleep on this album. Five in the source. Why I'm bringing this up is that album was produced by Stetson Sonic's producer, Prince Paul. Prince Paul is a madman who's really all about them skits. Everything he does has skits involved. He's done a rap opera, skits all over that thing. He did not produce this album, but because of the way that it kind of spun out with the skits, etc., he winds up linking up with RZA and Fruit Quan and I'm trying to remember the other MC in this group, but that's the Gravediggers, and that's where that sort of came to
Gravedigger.
Horrorcore, different style of rap at the time, spun out of
horror rap,
right? Horror rap, and there's other groups who kind of went along that general subgenre that was only created by the RZA and Prince Paul. You know, you also look at like you can't have this conversation, like you can't have this conversation without talking about the Purple Tape, right? The Purple Tape gets spun out of this album, and I don't care if you're a Wu-Tang fan. If you slept on the Purple Tape, you made a grave life mistake. You made a huge mistake in life, and you should probably go pop that into something or go download it and listen to it immediately. My favorite verse of all rap is on the Purple Tape. It's on a song called Verbal Intercourse. And it's not a Wu-Tang verse. It's actually a Nas verse. But this song explained a certain subset of life to me that I wasn't that I was being introduced to and didn't understand up until this song was played in my ear for the first time. I had a bunch of homies go, be incarcerated for long periods of time while listening to this album. And this particular song, Scrolls, I get it. Like EPMD, Enter the Woo, it's spun out of EPMD too in its own right. Like the beats are similar, the lyricism is very similar, the style is very similar, as well as a lot of the stuff we talk about on this show from a conspiracy perspective. These guys were touching on in deep, meaningful ways on this album as well as on the future albums. But Purple Tape, man, and Verbal Intercourse, just that song alone explained to me some of the stuff that my boys are calling me, and they're like, yo, I'm in the day room. And I'm like, what's it? Like, I'm not going to ask because it just makes you sound stupid. I don't know what the day room is. I'm not doing time. I don't know what that is. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what a fish.
Can I tell you a little story here, man?
Sure.
And one of my uncles, man, is he's like me. He loves to. This is where I got the music bug from. He collects records and shit like that. He was a DJ. And while he was growing up as a kid, this is the one that's like 14, 15 years older than me. And he said, like, during that time while the Wu was popular with a lot of people, he said, and he showed me pictures, man. He's one of them people that keeps everything, one of them types. It's a lot of kids walking around in school with them karate shoes and watching Samurai Sunday type shit and outside playing around, practicing karate moves and doing all that. And they related to this group in that way. It was just like, oh, this is us. You know what I mean? So they did that lyrically for the people that was, had these fantasies of karate stuff. You know what I mean? And that's when I started to really understand exactly what the phenomenon was. When he explained that to me and showed me, it was literally motherfuckers walking around with karate shoes on every day, like walking around with karate shoes on. And some people had the whole get up on, the black with the belt and all that. I mean, people were dressing like that in music videos and all kinds of stuff on record covers. That was a whole, and when the Wu-Tang came out, that fed, and it didn't hurt that, musically they liked the sound and it was unique. Like Triple R said, it was very groundbreaking. Nobody had ever done a record like this with this kind of concept. And so I understand it in a different kind of way after having that conversation with my uncle. And he showed me, I was just like, damn, people was walking around like that.
Yeah, like, so I'll try and explain that a little bit. It's not quite the way you described it. So
how you gonna explain that and you don't live here?
Well, no, it's a little bit different.
What, like, I still understand people. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I'm saying? So, like, during that period of time, watching, that's like VHS era moving in towards DVDs or like CD-ROMs and shit. You know what I mean? We were watching kung fu movies on the regular, like the black community.
Samurai Sunday, motherfuckers.
You know what I'm saying? Like the black community as a whole was watching kung fu films. We were, right, and that's where a lot of that comes. Like you might have a cousin who has a pair of nunchakus and wears like a gi, you know what I mean, and slippers. Like you
look at it, kids. What year did Bruce Leroy?
That was exactly where I was going next, my dog. That was exactly where I was going next.
So
like
he's right. So he's right.
Well, no, hold on. But he's right to the point that the kung fu era, where people were really dressing like that, was like when kids and I were, let's say,
we're kids,
and that's when RZA and Jizza were kids,
and
so that's where that influence came from. But by the time
like in '93, motherfuckers were walking
out,
around in like kung fu gis.
That wasn't happening when Wu-Tang Clan came out. That was a generation before.
Yeah, but we were watching them movies because again, it's VHS, and you could only get access to what you can get access to, especially because it's coming for the most part from overseas. So you might have a homeboy whose dad had a bunch of kung fu movies, and now you can catch up and watch these dope ass kung fu movies. Same token, when you're listening to this album, they do reference a lot of these movies. If you read the album liner, it's going to show you that this sample was from Five Deadly Venoms. This sample was from Shaolin versus, you know what I mean? Like you'll
all those samples, or I'm sorry, not samples, but references of the samples that kids is mentioning were the movies that we watched on Samurai Sunday when we were kids. Were the double features that we went to, for 50 cent on the weekends when we were kids in the theater.
100%.
So those are their influences. So that generation that your uncles are talking about was that generation, but when they were little, when we were little. But when they grew up, then they came out. Like, look at this album cover of Enter the Wu-Tang. They're not who's the RZA, who's Method Man. You don't know, because they're 36 chambers. They're all masked up like ninjas.
My brother Ghostface Killer was wearing this stocking up until he dropped his own LP.
You didn't even know who Ghostface was, because what was his name? Ghostface. We didn't know he was a ghost because he had on this mask. So when they came out, it wasn't about the individualistic. They came out as a clan, together, like the Beatles.
Can I say something else, man?
Yeah.
To this day, I don't think the era would have took off the way it took off without Method Man. And I think Method Man hit a different audience and attracted more people to what they were doing.
Well, him and Redman were crossover.
No, I'm talking about before Meth and Red. He he hit a demographic when he was the only, I don't know if people know this, but Biggie never had on his first record, he had nobody on that record but Method Man.
Oh, there's reasons for that though.
Well, you
continue.
Go ahead, man. You're gonna explain it. Go ahead. Fuck it.
No, I'm just saying that Biggie had a lot of beef at that time, and that's why he didn't really have to, like, including with, like, after he recorded, and that's also one of my favorite tracks too. Fuck the World, Don't Ask Me for Shit with him and Meth. After they recorded that song, money, shake your hips, you don't stop. So after that track was recorded, there is documented beef between Biggie and Nas, as well as Biggie and Raekwon and Ghost.
He didn't have beef with everybody. I don't think that was the case, kids. I think he just respected him lyrically more than everybody at that time.
No, there was beef.
There was beef, Doc.
Oh, everybody had beef.
No, remember the song "What's Beef"?
Yes,
that was that era.
I think lyrically, he respected Method Man on another level than he respected a lot of other MCs.
Well, no, but he also didn't have beef with him like that.
I mean, yeah.
What's funny about your comment is, like, there were people within his own, if we're just talking about Biggie for a minute, there were people within his own stable who could have done collabs with him that he decided not to do collabs with. So, to my understanding,
respect them lyrically.
I think at the time, Craig Mack may have, may have been able to hang with Biggie to a lyrical, to a degree.
Man, come on,
man. Please.
Bro, Craig Mack's 2 albums.
Wait a minute.
Basically paid man in a major way. Puffy made bad money.
You know what? I'm gonna let this go. I'm gonna let you keep talking. I'm gonna put it out there too.
I'm just saying.
No, we were there. We were there.
Craig Mack never got paid. You said Craig Mack lyrically was on the level of Biggie
at that time.
At the time,
okay.
Like at the time, Craig, like, Bad Boy wouldn't exist without Craig Mack. Craig Mack was a big rapper at the time that blew up, made Puffy his money. Puffy stole all the money, gave Craig nothing, and put Biggie on. Like, that's how it worked. That's how it worked. That's how.
Because Craig was put on before Biggie.
Flavor in Your Ear was the shit.
Here comes the brand new Flavor in Your Ear.
I gave you a chance to fix that, but you doubled down.
Because I know what the fuck I'm talking about.
Okay.
Tell me Flavor in Your Ear wasn't the song that made
I ain't talking about
Bad Boy at the time.
I ain't talking about popular. I'm talking about lyrically.
Well, that's two different things.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Because it doesn't get to be lyrically without being popular.
That's why I said listen to what I said in the first place. I said lyrically. I said he respected Method Man lyrically on a different level than he respected everybody else, and it turned into this.
So let's be real about your comment. So you're saying that he respected Method Man lyrically more so than Nasty Nas in 1993?
Obviously so.
There's no fucking way. Method Man had only dropped 1 song. You know what I mean? He dropped a song. He had no albums out.
Man, there's so many people on record, producers, Puffy himself, that has repeated what I just said. So you telling me absolutely?
I'm telling you, Nas was the lyrical.
The people that were around him. The people that were around him say this, and it's not me. The people that were around him when that.
All I'm saying is at that moment in time in New York, Nas was lyrics. Period. There was nobody else lyrically touching Nas.
I think of Nas on a different level, but I'm not Big. Big thought about it this way.
Well, who knows? Big is long gone, but like back to Enter the Woo, it's horrorcore, not whatever. But the Gravediggers, information. The Gravediggers are pioneering supergroup of horrorcore hip hop subgenre, blending dark theatrical horror imagery, black comedy, and menacing hardcore production. Formed in 1992 by RZA, Prince Paul, Ruquan, and Poetic, they define the grimy
True poetic.
Cinematic sound, often termed horrorcore
peace.
or death rap. Pioneered in '94 with 6 Feet Deep, originally Nigga Mortis, figuring dark humor, tales of unaliving and psychosis, intense lyricism production, often featuring societal commentary, and known for macabre themes, gothic atmospheres, using pseudonyms like the Resurrector, the Undertaker, and the Gatekeeper, and the Grim Reaper. Similar groups are the Ghetto Boys, Flatliners, Brother Lynch Hung, and Killer Priest, and Shabazz the Disciple.
Where we going?
Those were related to Wu-Tang 36 Chambers. This is that era. This is that what they were part of, that horrorcore, that classification. I mean, this is the information around what you just put up.
Scrolls. All right, let me just reach out to the scrolls. So
let's read what he says first. He says,
sure. He says, why do you think all of their
hold on, he was responding to something I said that I didn't think none of it would have really hit the mainstream like it did without Method Man. And he says, why do you think all their albums flopped other than Method Man and Ghostface Iron Man? And Meth needed Redman to really go really pop.
So
I think the Mary record might have took him there, but Method Man, him and Redman took it to a whole nother stratosphere.
So y'all picking cherries. So
That's the truth.
Mary did a song with Meth. You're right. Mary also did a song with Ghost. That's why y'all are familiar with those two albums, because of the two commercial ass songs on those two albums. Like I'm just saying, those are the two.
You got that wrong. You think that people ain't familiar with these records. I'm just talking about why I think the whole genre got as much play as it did is because
of the two.
Yeah, man. Some things
because of the two commercial songs. You're not wrong though.
Man, it's just natural.
You're not not.
Well, I put it like this. I speak on this when I say I was there. I wasn't in New York at the time, but in a previous life, I was a radio host for underground hip hop station. DJ Third Rail mixed live vinyl. And we've been doing it since 90s, before Wu-Tang came out. So when Wu-Tang came out, Third was breaking them left and right with the test pressings, with the 12 inches on vinyl, long before the albums, long before the CDs, so he was spinning this stuff regularly. And it's like, oh shit, who is this? And he's like, yo, this is RZA. He's reading off the white label of who these people are. And so as the years progress, we are on the radio playing this shit every week. So we are in the know of what's going on in the industry, if you will, because he's on the phone with these people getting the test pressings, during the mic, the Source magazine calls with the DJs and all of that industry stuff. So all of the drama that Keds was referring to with the beef within the industry, that shit was real. That there was a lot of drama going on, and the people that did collabs with each other they respected each other because they did the collabs, but they also didn't have beef with each other. And so it's kind of like, well, you're cool and you're cool. Hey, let's do a song. And that was kind of how shit jumped off. But because other than that, it was like dudes were like in their camps and they were all doing their own thing. That was the thing though, because there was always music coming out. It wasn't always full albums, but those singles became part of the albums that are now legendary.
Before we wrap this up,
so we know when that beef was there that they progressed through it, and so that's why we're saying it like that.
Hold on, we're running into a time wall here. I just want to say this before we wrap this up. Just to mention some of the MCs that were in that stable during that time. Talking about big stable. The aforementioned Craig Mack. Right there in the stable. Never mentioned Jadakiss in the stable.
Wasn't in the stable at the time.
Wasn't in the stable.
Yes, he was. Never mentioned. Wait a minute, man. We got it.
No, I'm just.
this up.
You keep cutting me
The
off.
locks were
And
there.
proving wrong points. The locks weren't
Okay.
there. They weren't there during Biggie's come
We gotta
up.
finish this.
They got signed after Biggie, bro.
Okay.
Along with Mace.
Either way,
Locks and Mace were signed at the same time. Mace used to be with Locks. Used to rap with them guys.
Wasn't even gonna mention Mace, but
I'm just saying that that's post facto. There was only like when Puffy started. If we're talking about Bad Boy for a minute, when Puffy started, it was a cat named Third Eye. Eventually, Craig Mack, Biggie, and Mary J. Mary J came out first, blew up, made money. Craig Mack came out second, blew up, made money. Third Eye got released. Biggie Smalls got put on. Like that's just how that went off. And there's even a track that you can find, which is the first Bad Boy Records track where Puffy's rapping on it. Sounds like shit. Third Eye's on it. Super Cat is on the song. Man.
Kids, you
might be called Dolly. Like, I don't think it's Dolly, might be.
Kids, you're doing all this explaining, and I can tell you for a fact that you're right about the locks weren't signed.
I know.
Still a little later on, but they were around.
Later.
No. They were around doing the first Biggie record.
No, they were around hangers on, you mean?
They were they were there.
They were there, but not signed. They was in the studio.
They wasn't signed officially. They were there. It's too many videos I can show you to prove that. But we got to get ready to get out of here and wrap this conversation up, man. I do appreciate that era of hip hop, man. Like nobody's business. And I do think the Wu-Tang is something to behold. I'm talking about these guys, individual lyricists. And the production is something to behold. It's not for everybody. I'll just tell you that, but either way, I think it was one of the dopest hip hop records of all time. And think what you will of it, but it is a classic, bar none, and you can't argue with that. And
to this day, they still sampling it to this day.
Yeah, man, it's
in commercials.
I think they'll be on the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame if they're not already because of that record.
I think they already are, aren't they?
They might be. I don't know. I'm just saying.
I thought that Wu-Tang went in.
I have no clue. I haven't paid any attention to Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, but
yeah, the classics indeed.
What I will say is
we gotta wrap this up, man.
I'm trying. What we skipped over are all the albums that came before the Meth album. In my opinion, the Method Man album, just going back to your original question, was one of the weakest releases of a Wu-Tang Man. Actually, both of his albums are extremely weak. But the Jizza, it was the first to come out after 36 Chambers, front to back, lyrically one of the best albums ever released, period. Right? The man's a genius. That's his fucking name. Yeah, it's a fucking name. He's super smart, super intelligent, and he's one of the first guys to really infuse 5%er knowledge into rap music. Like the other guys clearly rock him, like he's the pioneer of this. Second guy, in my opinion, is probably the genius.
Right, and that's before PRT and all that.
It's around the same. Yeah. Like PRT is probably might be the second, actually. They might be the second, just before Jizza. But that album it's probably not as classic to folks as it should be. Looking Towards is a great album, and then you get into the dirty stuff, and they figured out the commercial path would really blow up after Dirty's first album, and then Dirty went and he did the song with Maya, blew up, which really made his second album blow up, along with the track with Mariah Carey. And now you're starting to get into that. Okay, you got your album, you're doing whatever you're doing. We got a couple commercial joints here that'll really push this thing forward. Again, All I Got, like he's like Scrolls is saying, the joint with Mary on the Meth track, Meth album. It starts to become a little bit more commercial, but the upside is this is how you sell albums. Is how you sell music in America. And it worked out.
Okay. All right, I'll tell you what, man. We're gonna wrap this thing up with some final quick thoughts before we get out of here. Let's be quick about it because we do have a little deadline because Cost me money outside of 5 hours.
All right.
Have money.
Long story short, for me, out of all those albums, Wu-Tang affiliated or whatever, Purple Tape is the one. Number 2 is probably Ghostface. Either Supreme Clientele or Iron Man. You can just put them together. Those 3 albums are the shit. Beyond that, super slept on rapper in that group that we didn't talk about at all, Inspector Deck. Inspector Deck is dope, and apparently he is so dope that Tupac ensured that his verse was scrubbed off of the posse cut with Method Man and Redman. I can't remember the name of the song. I'm a mind made up. Come on, that track.
I'd argue he might be the dopest of them all.
He could be,
but he was the least commercial.
He's the least next to Jizza. Between him and Jizza, they ain't doing no commercial shit. Like right. they're just not. So shout out to Inspector Deck in that respect. Super underrated MC out of the Wu-Tang Clan. Right down to the stuff that the collaborations that he's done with MF Doom as of late, etc. Big ups to Czarface and all that Inspector Deck stuff. But
I to be real quick and to a point, I think minus you God and RZA, I think individually they've all had a time when they were all the dopest MCs in the group. Every last one of them, outside of you God and RZA. There was a time when Meth was the dopest mother effer out in the group. There's a time when Deck was the dopest Ghostface more recently, Raekwon more recently, and on and on. I think they all, but RZA, I said that first, man. That might have been one of the dopest lyrical records I've ever heard in my life. I mean, from front to back. That's one of the ones that, like, you never forget how lyrically advanced that record was. But so that, like, I just wanted to say that I think they've all had a moment in their collective careers where each one of them was the dopest guy.
I'll get 30 seconds. Don't dismiss or sleep on old ODB, Old Dirty Bastard. He was a truly real person because what you saw was what you got. He used to puff on that glass penis often, and he loved it. He did many drugs, and he wasn't proud of it. But
yes, he was.
He was. But he rapped about what it was. He was notorious for going into the studio, doing one take, he was out. You know what I'm saying? So he kept it real. And if you listen to what he's saying with that background of who he is, the man's a genius.
He's something else.
I think genius is stretching it, but
no,
he's stretching it.
Just give him a listen. But
just mentally ill. He was mentally ill, is what he was.
He's that dude that you see in the hood that be rocking and shaking around the way. Be like, hey man, you got another square on you I can spare? And it's like, man, that dude made an album.
He was mentally ill, and that we found that out later. The truth comes out eventually, but he was definitely mentally ill.
Oh yeah,
but medicating himself, through street drugs and all that kind of stuff. But that's that, man. Any last thoughts before I wrap this thing up?
Big up to everybody. Thanks for tuning in. Wednesday night, some extra sauce. We all over the place. Football is kind of back, baby. We got camps coming up. We got the veterans and the rookies together. We got everybody working out. So make sure you're with us, tuned in, the Nomad Network at Keds of Canuck and Triple R SCS, also known as Sport Chicago Style, to keep up with the goings on. And then some extra sauce on Wednesday nights. Last Wednesday of the month, remember MF are in the kitchen with Chef Trips doing live cooking demonstration. What's on the menu this month? Who knows? But it's probably going to be delicious and beautiful, as he would say, as he brings it all the time. And thanks for tuning in on Sunday night at Nomad at Night. And I guess that's when we'll see you next.
Nomad at Night, Sunday night, 8 p.m. Central. Be there, be square as hell. But, just to wrap this thing up, man, it was fun talking about all this stuff. as contentious as it might sound, man, it's just conversation from different individuals with a different mindset. And I think that's one thing to keep with you when you're hearing a show like this that covers so much territory is remember, you're talking about three different guys with three different mindsets. We are connecting. We like bros, man. We argue and fuss about stuff, but the truth is we're all individuals that come here for a common reason to have conversation, man, in a community of people that receive our conversations in the right way. Whether you be somebody that favors Triple R's channel, Sports Chicago style, whether you like Cares of Canuck or whether you like it here at the Nomad Network, either way, we all feed off of each other. And the community makes it all go. And so it's just a joy every week to be able to come in here and guaranteed to have an audience that wants to hear what the hell we got to say, whether it's some you think it's total BS or you think it's totally captivating. But just the fact that you're able and there to receive it, we thank y'all so much. We thank everybody that helps, give things to the channel, everybody that gives the super chats, everybody that has anything to do with what we do around here. We thank you so much. And one last thing before we get out of here, I wanted to say about, one of the things, and I'm stuck kind of on the doomsday survival topic because of just me and my empathy component to me. I just think people should pay more attention to the content coming out on that side of things. You're going to always pay attention to the bear stuff and some of the people that are interested in the UFO thing and the movies and, the music reviews. It's all good. But the doomsday survival part, I think, is more something you can do, like start doing tomorrow, man. And I just encourage y'all, man, start watching that thing. Go back and watch that part of the show again, because I do think we are at critical mass. I'm talking about in your regular everyday life in society, what you can afford, what you can't afford, what you need to start considering, what you need to start, reconsidering. You know what I mean? Some of the money you're paying out for whatever it is, man. I think you should start saving some of that money. I don't think things are going to be the way we hope it to be here in the near future. I think it's going to get a lot worse than it is. And I think you should pay real close attention to, that part of the show. Opinions be damned, but pay attention to the information being given to you, man. And so I just thank you guys again, and I appreciate you guys. And I think I speak for everybody when I say we love you all. We'll see you guys Sunday night at 8 p.m. Central. But I got to leave you with these famous words: love, peace, and hand grease, y'all.